Hello, hello everyone. How are y'all doing today? Hopefully well. Merry Christmas. Ho ho ho. How are you doing, Dragon? How you doing, Shadow? Hey, Ratty. Welcome in, Barbaric. Enjoy cuddling with Mama Dodo. Hopefully y'all are having a wonderful day so far. I woke up early, so I'm a little bit tired, but you know, besides that, we're just gonna have fun today. We're gonna be good. I feel like this ain't Christmas enough though for this. So let me, you know what? We're doing this on the fly. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. We're gonna take a hyper realistic Santa hat and we're just gonna put it right on top because that's funny. Foxy. What's with all the things? You better not be making bot accounts, my guy. Just letting you know right now, we both can get in trouble for that. You had your stream pause? No. Santa hat. We want like a hyper. Wait, I probably have this. There's no way I don't already have a downloaded PNG of a Santa hat. Like, there has to be. I have to, right? Right? Past idealist? No, apparently not. That's crazy. That's honestly not so changeo. Okay. Let's see here. We'll do this one. We'll do this one, and then we're gonna open the image in a new tab, and then we're gonna take a snippet. This is Ruby, a friend from our streams. Yeah. Hello, hello. Drinking water right now to flush out my system. There's Foxy and there's Foxy. One of them is me, one of them is Foxy. Sure, okay. I'm just letting you know. I'm just letting you know in case you don't know. That, yeah. Just a heads up. That is not something that is taken lightly in the live streaming scene. Santa hat. And now we gotta open it. We're gonna open it. Foxy and Ruby decided to be funny and share the same Twitch name and confuse us, especially Salty. One time, Star did that too, and they came in as Idealist too, and I was like, wait a minute, wait a second. That's impossible. That's not me. I'm me. All right, boom, done. And then now we're just gonna take a little bit of this image, and we're like, oh, Santa hat. And then download Santa hat. Yeah, there it is. There we are. Do we want Santa hat below Mama Dodo or above Mama Dodo? Let's see. How do we want it? Oh, Lizard Doggo is like is the little guy in Mama Dodo's pocket and is also the guy on the screen right now. You can see him, kind of looks like a shrimp. Kind of that guy. Honestly. Oh. Over. And what we're gonna do, that is the one thing I remember from April Fool's Satisfactory stream. Right? I honestly don't remember what we did either. And then we're gonna make another one. Same dealio. We're gonna make another Santa hat. Parentheses small. Oh, whoops. That is wrong thing. Whoopsies. Haha. Hee hee. I've done this before. Image. There we go. And that Idealist face revealed, which I like to refer as Idealist Man. There may or may not be another face revealed to that plan for today. Just letting you know. For those that don't remember, that was one of the things that I did for last Christmas. Santa hat, small parentheses, and boop, and boop, boop, boop. There we go. There it is. There he is. And then this one is going to, let's see, we're going to rotate it. We want to rotate 90 degrees? No, we don't want 90, but just a little bit. Edit, here we go. Edit transform. Rotation, here we go. Wrong way. -10. Yeah. No, that's too busy. I'm gonna fling myself into a wall. Why? All right. As long as you're comfortable, just be sure not to dox yourself, okay? Just, you might need a shower. No, hey Scallion, welcome in. I'm trying to make like Santa stuff, but man, you know what? I think I know what I want to do. I want to put this behind Mama Dodo, the big one behind, and then the small one in front. Uh-oh, that's wrong. Too far back. Too far back, idealist. There we go. That's kind of dumb. That's kind of dumb. Look at that. That's so dumb. I thought about doing like just throwing it into the like picture and just being like, oh, there it is right there, then replace it all, but I'm like, I can't be bothered. That I'm much more gay than I realized due to watching Torchwood. That's so funny. You scream in the shower, damn. Today my crush put me on her straight gay friends list. Straight gay, that's really funny. Wait, hold on. Efficiency is a little bit bigger than the rest of them, which is going to drive me crazy. I literally finished putting that there. A little bit less. Oh, come on, work with me. Work with me here. Work with me. There we go. There we are. We're good. It's a little messy, a little crazy, but you know what? That's good. I hope that means I'm not friend zoned. No, I don't think it means you're fringe. Well, hard to say. But I hope in your case it is not. But as far as you're present, I shall give you what the people want more than anything. If I could just find it real quick. Where are you? There you are. And here it is. The one, the only, the idealist. Oh! Hey guys, how are you doing? Face reveal. I'm not used to it being opposite. Oh, voila. I also got a haircut because my family really wanted a haircut. I've been free to connect your headphones. No, is it the new headphones? Is it new? Yeah, what'd y'all get for Christmas if you celebrate Christmas? I got new headphones. I got a little wrist protector thing. I got actually, can I just like show off what I got? Oh, all right. I could just show you like in person. I could just do that. All right. Okay. Hi. Hello. Oh. There we go. Okay. So first, I got a wireless charger for my phone because the ports in my phone sucks. Then we have a face mask for when I sleep until 4 o'clock in the afternoon and the sun doesn't bother my eyes. Then we have Dungeon Crawler Carl. I've heard nothing but good things about this book. And there was a webtoon that recently came out with it, and then when I started talking to people about it, they were like, hey, did you read the book? And I was like, no, and they were like, hey, you probably should. Yeah. And then, wireless keyboard for my iPad. because I haven't been using any keyboards at any of my drawings, so that means no shortcuts, no nothing. Which, you know, that seems like something I should work on. They don't like each other? No! Check for compatibility! And, probably just as exciting, Reese's trees. Oh. Oh. Oh my god. Let's go. And I've been waiting for these for so long. I've been so patient. I'm eating these a lot, especially today. Got Christmas baubles shaped like video game controller. That's so cool though, because that tastes in a shoe. Listen, don't hate on the shoes. Doesn't like it's wireless. It has like the Bluetooth is kind of wonky. That checks out. That checks out. So, the way that Satisfactory Christmas works is that certain things, like the trees don't produce presents when it's not Christmas. But we already have it hooked up from last year. So I'm kind of curious to see if it's just working now. And it's good to see like past self be like, how efficient was I last year? And it's like, actually you made like garbage last year. And I'll think the same thing next year for this year. That's called progress, baby. So, I'm not used to being on camera, so you'll apologize for my cadence. But hey, you'll have experience what the VTuber model will be a little more expressive. Especially eyebrows. I need to make sure the eyebrow movement is tracking is good. Because I use them a lot. Alright. Here we hit continue. Let's go. But I'm glad to hear y'all are having such a good day. I really am. Gosh, the Santa hats look so bad. Alright, where am I? Why am I here? Oh. I don't have anything running currently, do I? I remember why I stopped this world. So, I made like this train, like track train system that was like like layered, where each train would go one direction. And I don't mean the band. You wire the headphones that were good. Hell yeah. The shoe is also a bobble. Oh, I see. So yeah, no. So like all the trains would go one direction, and then they would kind of pan off and all that other kind of stuff, which is really great and fun and cool. But man, was it exceptionally overwhelming. And I got overwhelmed and then I stopped playing. So I went from crashing Satisfactory and generally worrying about the presence lagging my entire piece, and now I just run my entire factory at ultra settings. Let's go! Alright. Here. What's this? Phone, don't vibrate on here. No. Bad. Alright. So this is our Christmas. Okay, look. They are just going. They are just going. They're just already good to go. So let's see what we have going on here. So presents are going up. We have 0 in storage. We have 10 consuming leaves. Yeah, I can see that being how that's making a difference. Alright, so the leaves go there. Okay, cool. So that's how we make the leaves. But what about up here? This is... Okay, that makes the blue ornaments. But that's it? Blue ornaments? That's all we have going on for... Oh. Oh, did I make manual stuff over here? What the hell is all this over here? Hey, Patico, how you doing? Yeah, Satisfactory. Love it. Alright, so this makes more of the tree branches, even though we're making more up there. Weird that I did that. I'm looking at my old factory from last year. So last year what we did is that we did the same thing as we're doing right now. Face reveal, Satisfactory, Christmas event. Ooh. So I'm kind of looking at past progress being like, how good was it? How good was I at this? And I give myself like a C- for right now. Kind of a C-. I'm like, not everything is over here. It looks like we only have like 4 trees going. We only making blue ornaments. It's kind of like, you know. We can also face reveal that don't show on stream though, please. I will not. I will not show on stream. But I appreciate you letting me know ahead of time that you do not want it to be shown on stream. Most of the time though, face reveal, especially face reveal stuff, I will be asking for permission. I believe it. I believe you do look good. Alright, first things first. I'm the realist. Second things second. We need to find all the hidden stuff. So I guess what I should probably do is move my fat head out of the way. 1 second. Let's just go down here, and we're gonna move you up here. Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. We need to find it. All right, chat. We need to find each day. I see 2, so we're gonna start with 2. Coal. Immediately? I got cold immediately. Flint coal. Oh, we got ornament. Okay. I also have Satisfactory. It just has too long of a start, phase 1 and 2, and my ADHD doesn't allow that, so I never got further than phase 1. See, for me, it's when I hit phase 6? It's when you hit, like, aluminum. And that's a soft cap for me. Aluminum's a soft cap for me, and then the hard cap is nuclear. Essentially, I have over almost 1,000 hours. I haven't even reached nuclear yet, because I played it in alpha, and then whenever there was a big update, I just played again on the new update, like fresh. So like, it's good. Once I'm jitting heavy frames, that's a pain. Yeah, heavy frames. See, like that's why I was setting up the whole train system, because my first train system was atrocious. So now I was trying to replace it all, but restructuring an entire infrastructure sucks. I need to remember I need to look up here. I'm used to looking over here because that's where the second screen is, so I'm like talking to you, but the camera's here, so I should talk to you like this, even though I technically can't see myself do that. Yeah. I've gotten heavy frames on Pep, and I just now I must play pay. And I considered moving this camera over there, but welcome in, Zelda. Thank you for congrats on the streak, and thank you for supporting us always. Just got the webcam on the other side. Well, I was going to, but the background of putting it on the other side is just looking at my bed. You know, this one, there's at least a plant and some windows and a TV and what's looked at like the sound barrier over there. It's at least interesting, right? Here, you want me to show you? What you want me? Here, come here. That's it. A bed. That's what you get. Not very interesting background, is it? All right, uppies, ugh. Uppies, oh, there you are. Hello, who's the attractive man with the dodo? Bold. The attractive man was the dodo the whole time. How you doing, Barbaric? Hopefully you're doing well too, Zelda. Welcome in. Hopefully y'all are having a wonderful Christmas, by the way. Did y'all get anything special? If you celebrate. If you don't celebrate, hopefully you've been having wonderful holidays regardless. And did you get anything special? And also, did you get any good presents? Right now we're just trying to find all of the... Listen, that eye is kind of being covered. This is giving a different kind of word here. We'll do, okay, I see number 17. I'm a bit tired, though. I got a reading journal that I wanted. Ooh, that's awesome. This was one of the first times in a long time. So, like, the way that we did Christmas is my brother drives up to my mom's place, which I'm staying currently, and we all have Christmas together. And we would have like a Christmas breakfast, which is which includes usually a variety of things, but the two most centered things that are always there are bacon and cinnamon rolls. So we had bacon and cinnamon rolls in biscuits, in eggs, and it was great. It was fun. It was a good time. And this was one of the few times in a long, long, long time where all of us requested a book. So I showed the one, the Carl one. What was it? Dungeon Crawler Carl. That's the one that I requested. I also requested the Spinosaurus book, but that doesn't come out for another few weeks, so it didn't count. We weren't able to get that. But the other one, the one my brother wanted, was like an Elden Ring, like high quality, like over $100, like art and lore book. It was so good. So my mama went halvesies on that. So he'll be getting that in Q3 of this year. But any chance llama shaped? Maybe. Oh, Carl, that kills people. We are with my parents. I got a really nice pewter elephant mug and some hoodies. Ooh, that sounds good. Good. Yeah, I didn't see any of my extended family though. Yeah, we're not really on the best of terms. So we just do something immediate here and just have like a nice meal, gift stuff, etc. We did get my brother like, remind me, I need to send a picture of him. His name is Aries. He's my brother's dog. Actually, I should probably ask permission before I post it. You may or may not see it, depending on his answer. You should give me a 3D printer. Oh, that would be so cool, though. 3D printers are so cool. For the D&D games? Hell yeah. Listen, you'd be surprised what you could do with a 3D printer. And if you can really, like, find a way, you could really make some... I would not even, like... I was literally torn between saying make some good money and make some cool shit. Do both. Do both. Make cool shit and make a lot of money. Because normally I would say you make some good money, but nowadays that looks like just making like cheap knockoffs, and it's just like a little like, oh, you know. But yeah, no, I'm glad you're having a good time, and I think Christmas and April Fools, I think, are the only 2 days that I show my face. It's just kind of because I don't really have any issues with my face being seen and people knowing my name, etc. I do my best to protect myself in other ways, but like I don't mind having that stuff tied to me, and I know that's a privilege, and I made sure to try to respect that as much as I can, especially for others who may or may not be comfortable with that kind of stuff. I was looking into the best 3D printers to get. Well, here's the thing. I think that kind of falls under a particular category when it comes to developing new skills and kind of like gauging new hobbies, is you want to start cheap. All right? You want to start cheap. You want to get the cheapest thing, the lowest bar to entry kind of deal, and then when you replace it because of how much you've used it, then you go expensive. Then you go for the best. Because if you try to go for the best from the beginning, you don't know if it's going to stick. You don't know if you're even going to use it. It's just kind of one of those things where it's just like, there's a handful of times where, like, I took, like, a slightly different approach, where I had, like, a drawing tablet, like, for the computer that was only, like, 20 or something bucks. And I told myself that if I use this, like, at least once a month for 12 months in a row, I would then go and splurge on like the huge big thing for my computer. And guess what? I didn't use it. I didn't use it at all. High-end one so that it lasts me a while and prices don't skyrocket over time. I could see trying to beat the market. I can see that being like an argument there. One is for sustainability, but it makes sense. Yeah, just keep that in mind, that because this is a new field, you don't know if you like it yet. It's similar to streaming, right? It's similar to streaming, and the advice for streaming is like, don't go for the fancy toys when you first start. You're not gonna know if you're gonna like it. It's one thing for you to stop and then you spent like $100 or $200 total for it, versus you stop and you spent like $2,000 for it, you know? I'm slowly debating it because there's another skill on my list of skills that I want to develop. Well, here's the thing, like when it comes to 3D printing, a lot of that is kind of like background. Like it's like it's more upfront, and then it just kind of feeds itself after a while, depending on how you want to approach it. So that's kind of one of those ones where it's like, cool, my 3D printer is going, and I have like 19 hours to do something else. You know what I mean? So I think it would be pretty interesting. But again, I'm like you. I have way too many like skills under my belt that I want to develop and nurture and grow. It's mostly set up, right? I guess if I'm doing my own modules, would there be a learning to new skill comes in? That's how I was thinking. I mean, it would be. I mean, there is, right? But like the upkeep and maintenance, I don't think would be as high as you were to say like art or music or things of that nature, where you need to be consistent as far as output and skill and muscle memory and all that other kind of stuff. So that's my 2 cents. I don't own a 3D printer, but I think that kind of falls under the category of like new hobbies and learning and stuff. So, all right, let's see if we can find the rest of them. 8. I don't even know what that one does. 6. We have basic skins. 9. We got snowballs, which are bombs. They're bombs. 24. Oh, air freshener. Love to see it. They didn't add anything this year, unfortunately, because they brought Fixmas to consoles this year. So they were like, hey, was it consoles? I thought they did that last year. They brought it to something, and we're like, we didn't want anything new because we brought it to new audiences, so we don't want to mix the bag a bit. You know? I wonder if this works. It does work. 2025 works. Hell yeah. Let's go. 23. Hard drive. Lovely. Love it. 15. Ooh. 18 power shards off the rip. I don't know if I do. Plus coupons. You silly belly. A nuclear bomb. I hate showers where I'm forced to stand in them. Oh my god, really? That's my zen. That's my jam. I love just standing around in showers and just letting. That's my bread and butter. That's my meditative state. That's my sacred ground. That advent calendar and finding a nuke. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you talk to the lizard doggos and that's what they bring you. Nuclear waste, and you're like, where'd you get this? And then you just die of radiation poisoning. It hurts so much after a while. Yeah, okay. I can see that. Yeah, I can't say I have that issue. My back is luckily not that bad. Luckily. Alright, what do we got? What do we got? Ooh, even more coupons! That one is Pulse. That's the Pulse one. Idealist vlogs win. What would I even talk about? Plus, like, listen, I'm already dangerously close to white man podcaster. All right, like this is. I don't know if I want to get any closer to podcasts. I'm already in that stereotype. I'm already there. I'm on the cusp. Like we're on the event horizon of the black hole that is podcasting. All right? We're like right there. Do we want to go full on? Like, there are different kinds of white men. I fall under podcaster category. It's opposite. It's still driving me crazy. I'll get used to it one day. Maybe. Maybe. 7! Ooh, now we got ammo. Important. Oh, does 20 count? Okay, 20 doesn't count in 2025. Sure. What is this? Data cartridge. Uh-huh. Oh, it's for the Fixmas. It's for, not Fixmas. The whole thing is Fixmas. It's for the research. You should start a podcast, right? The demonic whispers. The things whispering in the night where it's just like, today with Idealist. And it just echoes into the distance. Other people get whispers from the void and they tell them to do horrible things. Mine just tells me to start a podcast. Hey, Melon, how are you doing? How's your day so far? Hopefully well? I would unironically have that on my commutes. Oh gosh. Oh no. Don't tell me that. Don't reinforce it. Yeah, I was gonna say, just do VODs. Ah! It's Christmas. It's Christmas. What am I going to give if not my face? My beautiful handsome mug. If not that, then what? Make interaction in a new costume. Really, from anywhere that just gouge my head. We just finished up eating or settled down and play video game. Oh, cool. What games are y'all gonna play? And with the follow-up, is Fortnite fixed, or did kids still break it for you? One of the said gals is very dead set on causing chaos. I bet. Oh, here's 20. Parachute. We already had a parachute, but I appreciate the thought. She's like, hey, just so you don't die. And, okay, hold on. We have... Oh, that's 10. Where's 1? We have 11. Uh-oh. We've started to lose it. We don't know where it is now. I need to turn my PC and put on your stream. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it as always. As always, I know y'all support what I do and how I go about it. And if you don't, you tell me. Oh, there's 12. A very merry Fixmas. Namely, Sapphire's dead set on causing chaos. Nobody acknowledges the giant rise in prices episode where people from the 50s end up in the 2000s. Right? Where it's just like, hey, why didn't y'all warn me about inflation? Can y'all go back and warn me about inflation, please? That would be great. I do not see a 1. Where is 1? I see 3. I don't even see 2. We've now reached a level where I'm like, okay, cool. Where's the rest of them? Because we have 1. Oh, here's 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh gosh. Maybe the other way is easier. Would you like me to say where 1 is? No, not yet. Give me a hot second. Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We have 24. Wait, if we have 24, are we only missing 1? Let's go! Get that chicken dinner, Melon! Get it! Where's what? Where are you? Where? I mean, just spamming everywhere, just being like, haha, I'll get it eventually. Surely they wouldn't, like... Watch it there not be a 1. Oh, I'm stupid. Alright, so we have 1, 2, where's 3? 3, 4, 4, 5? 5, 6, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 11, where's 12? 12, 13, 13. I just saw 14. 14, 15. 16, where's 16? 16, where are you? 16, 16, no! I see 17, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Uh-oh. 21. I saw 22. I did. 22. 23? 23? 23? 24? 25. Okay, cool. We're good. We're okay. We got it. We got there. Counting with those is certainly YouTube kids content. Don't say that. Don't say that. That'll immediately get me flagged on YouTube. It's like, you literally said that this content was for children, and then you also cursed. Alright. Alright. We got all the things. So now with all the things got, we do the holiday... Oh. 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 Oh, we get to just pick... We just get to go with it. Well, well, well. Don't mind if I do, if I don't say so myself. Also, I don't say so myself. Let's see what we can buy. We got some coupons. We have the Cyber Wagon, which is definitely a joke. Where's my boombox? Where is my boombox, actually? Where is my... Oh, there it is. Here's my boombox. We need to get some Christmas music up in here. We'll change it with this. Where's my boombox? That's the equipment shortcut. Oh. I'm dumb. We're going to switch it with... We don't need chainsaw. Hell yeah. So, open menu. We don't really have goat music. Just... Yeah, goat music. Change tape to a very merry Fixmas. Here he is. Oh, let's do Fixmas board leftovers. Let's see what this does. Hell yeah. Let's go. I remember this from last year. Whoa. This would be more effective if I still had long hair. Whoa. All right. Bitrate loved headbanging, really? That's funny. All right, let's see this. Boop, beep, beady, boop, beep, beady, boop, beep, boop, boop. Beep, beep, boop. Beep, 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 boop, 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 beep. Alright. Sweet. Alright. Now that we got the music going in the background and we're all very festive, we need to figure out what we're doing with our lives. Alright. We need... Even though we just came from it, we need to make another ma'am over here. So we need wreath, we need ornaments, and then we need bows. We need all three. So, in order to make it, we have to break it. And by that, I mean maybe assembler? Okay, Fixmas ornament. Oh, I remember where all this went last time. I was like, I definitely got a decent amount of area, and then I remember going like late. It was way over here, wasn't it? Preferably when I wasn't close to hitting the ground. There isn't a falling ECRB on the top of the screen. Yeah, it was over here. It was here, and then I broke it down for this 3D printer. Yes. You need to run power lines between your factories. I do run. You mean like power lines, like the big guys, right? Because there are lines here. There's a line right here. There's a line right there. Do you mean because my thing cut off? Well, yeah, because I was cutting through where there wasn't lines. Because then I could do whatever the equipment is to do the thing. Yeah. All right. Anyway, so this is what we want. We want. Actually, we might be able to. I wouldn't say cheese, but essentially, if you're lactose intolerant, you probably shouldn't eat what we're about to do. Which is, I have a container because I'm a little pack rat that I did not see. I don't have to worry about it. That I didn't toss last year's stuff. So, if we go over yonder, that's mulch. Where did I put it? Nope. Did I throw it away? Did I throw it away? No, here it is. Okay, see? We're here. Knew it. Let's see here. So, 20. Got it. So, that's not gonna cut it. Good to know. We don't need that many. We need that, and what was the other one? Was it just the other? Yeah. And we're zooming. You know what? I missed my crouch jump. This game's movement is beautiful. Because I get to just whee, and I do it in every game now. This game has ruined my movement tech in every game I've played since. Not even an understatement. All right, so we need to make snow and that. So we require 5 copper and 5 iron to make 5 of this. And if we're gonna be making 200, 5 per minute is not a lot. So it's like 200 divided by 5 is about 40 minutes. Okay. 40 minutes to get what we need is decent, especially for a 6-hour stream. So as long as we get that going, we're good, right? So, but we need 100 of these, which requires 6 of the bundle. That's where it is. Okay, so we need at least 2 of these, so then I'm making 4 in access. Yes. So then we're making 2 per, and then that would be 50 minutes. So this is about a 50-minute gig once we have everything set up. But what about the last one? The last one was bows. So bows, I believe, yeah, it's just straight up, just, how much do I make? That's just 5 per minute. That's just going. I believe one of these are bows, like right now. Yeah, that's right here. Boom, done. We're good. We don't need any more for bows. Bows is solid. So actually, we need 1,000 bows. So maybe not as solid as we thought. So then we need candy cane and then snow. Oh. Oh, can we just do that? I think we should. Alright, 500, huh? That's enough room. Probably not, but, you know. Man can dream. Uh-huh. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then, boom. Was it 500? Ooh. We don't have 500 candy canes, do we? Ha 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 ha. Alright, we have 397. Alright, let's see if maybe we have some extra in our storage. This is why we are pack rats. And we just shove everything into like a random Christmas container and throw it in the storage locker and for the next like year. And then you pull open the storage locker and then you find like a bunch of like rat feces everywhere and you're like, oh crap, is there rats inside the thing, or is this normal? And we don't got to worry about it because that's it. Never punished. Never punished. FYI, I did realize relatively recently the storage container, the storage place that I have my storage currently, we went to get Christmas stuff, and there was indeed rat poop everywhere. So that's going to be fun. Like going through and disinfecting and finding potentially dead rodents or live rodents in my stuff. So that's great. That's going to be so much fun. So much fun, guys. I cannot wait. All right. We have Snow Fight. I don't know what that... Okay, what does it do?
These snowballs are made from actual snow, combined with a mystery ingredient that is guaranteed to make snowballs very throwable, and your snowball fights extremely immersive and realistic. There are no low stakes with Fix-It.
No low stakes. Is it like when you try to cook at lower, like, atmosphere? Is that what it means by low stakes? Didn't even know this game had rodents. No, I wasn't talking about the game. I was talking about life. And what do you mean? I was gonna say make a lizard doggo joke there, but I can't. All right. Let's see here. Is there? Okay, so that didn't happen. Then how do I make the thing? Oh, I could just do this. Huh? Where do I unlock the thing? It's not a thing? It's certainly not a vehicle. Snow? What the heck is the name of it? Snow Fight. It rewards Snowball. Oh. Then I know exactly where I need to go. Actually, I'm not going to go anywhere. I'm just going to make it here. I'm going to make it here. Hello, Snow. I guess not. Is it here? Snowball! 15 per snow to explode. Boop. How much do you make per thing? 10. 10. Which means we need to have 2 with some leftovers. Okay, so... Now, granted, what we need, this is an even distribution of 4 into 4. If I throw this in, and I did it oppositely, because, you know, I'm apparently new at this. Constructor. There we go. Perfect. So we need double snow to then get into snowballs, so that's consistently making snowballs. So then we have an ample supply for the next snowball fight, which is an acronym for war. But we need to do this in order to make the star, right? So we need both of these going that feeds into this. So what we're gonna do is that we're gonna Duncan plan this. We're gonna Duncan method it. And we're just gonna go boop. And we are just gonna have this going in the background. We're just gonna put whatever we have in there as we build out our current plans for it. Boom, boom, boom. Ah, it's temporary. It doesn't matter, but it's still gonna bug me. And then okay. So we have ornament bundle, so it's going to be consuming 10 of each of those. Or this, and then this is going to be consuming 6. So what we want is a splitter here. Yeah. There we go. And then this one's gonna be taking both like this. And then this one is gonna be just like a normal, your normal Andy dandy storage. So what's gonna end up happening is that this is gonna make 10. It's gonna consume 6. This is gonna consume 6. The leftover 4, storage. Boom. Or if I was smart, I would just have this go into this and then output into that. But I'm not smart enough for that, so we're not going to do it. It's like a situation where you're playing D&D, but you're playing a dumb character, and you're like, well, I know what's going to happen, but Glargo the Destroyer don't know shit. You don't know nothing. What was the other thing that I need for this? It was tree branch, and I need 15 per. I'm only making 10 per. Well, that's okay. As I said, this is a Duncan method. At this point, it's just, does it work? Cool. We move forward. We strive. Striving for perfection will only hinder our production. That sounded smart when I thought of it. Let's see here. Alright, let's grab these. Just cheeky little steal, even though they're from me, and I'm making it for myself. Thanks, past self. You're welcome, future self. Alright, so now we need gold and silver in here. Which I believe what we need to do, no joke, that one we might need to cheese a bit. I don't want to know if I want to set up like actual manufacturing lines to this location for iron and copper, because I know we need both iron and copper for the iron and copper ornaments, as shocking as they may be. And none of the factories are on because I was in the middle of changing everything, and they're broken. They're all broken. Everything's broken. But we can have this go. We can set this up, and then we can like work on that on the side, and then I can hate myself, or at least the decisions I've made that's led me to this, to the infrastructure being like, why did I do it this way? Why? No, please. Why? All right. We have silver. We have copper. We love it. All right. Let's get this thing going, and then we'll go to commercial break. I'm loving the vibe. I need to have Satisfactory music in the background more. There's such a vibe. They're so good. Ah, Coffee Sing Studios. How I love ye. Alright, first things first. You, and then you. Alright, so what we want is boop. And boop. Then we want boop and boop. Cool. Throw these in there. Cool. So that's ongoing. So now comes the big question, which is like, all right, cool, you've lined it up. That's Duncan method in. We're manually putting it in. It's not, actually, yeah, it's not even in the slightest. In fact, don't even bother with this spread. You're not gonna make enough to change things. All right. Ad break. Ad break. You better work out. Actually, damn. I should probably work out now that you see face cam. So you could be like, aha, idealist. It looks tired and sweaty. That's so funny. Right? Me causing pain for other people's amusement. Are you not amused? I'll do something. So quiet without the headphones. I have to be like really careful so I don't like accidentally flash the damn camera now. I have to be careful with like how I look. It's kind of weird. Hello up there. Oh, I think today's one of those days where I don't do much. One, two, three, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Alright. It's not what our goal is, but it's what we got. Alright. Two things need to happen. First, let us Streamer Hub, and we're gonna keep track. I mean, do we? I did say I'm giving myself a pass for the next 2 weeks. Doesn't mean we can't keep track. 30, 15, 15. There we go. I wish the sound still went after we all tapped. Welcome back. I didn't even realize the ads were over. I'm gonna be real. All right. So that's going. We need to make 100 of those. And even more of these. So we need to make... Should we aim for 2? It might be 2. Let's go for 1 for now and prepare for 2. So 1, 2. But here comes the big question then. How do you make gold? Foundry. Yeah. Copper. 10 and 10. $15 and $15. Yeah, see? The raw iron we might just steal from our other factories and just be like,
it was over there. Well, I don't know, boss. They just kind of showed up.
But red. So that's 10. It would be enough. Okay, good. So it would be enough. One of these and one of these. Ooh. To make it fully even, we're gonna have to get a little cray-cray. So, this is what I'm thinking. What if we did 3? Because, this takes 15. Sorry. This makes 5. This makes 5. Oh. I'm stupid. Alright. So we need 5. We need 2 of these. We need 2 of each. Okay. Yeah. Alright. That checks out. So we need 20 red. Is this where red is? Nope. It's probably in the constructor, isn't it? Smelter? It is in the smelter. So 5. We need 4. We need 4 reds. 4 reds. What are you? This is making grass. Okay, we need 4 reds. Check. All right. You'd love to see it. So if that's the case, should we just have like these things going in the background? Kinda, right? So we have 4 reds, check. And 2 blues? I don't believe that for a hot second. Okay, so 4 reds, boom. 2 blues. How much do I make? 10. We need 3 blues. We need 3 blues, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, 3 blues to make 2 of these. Yes. And then... yeah, 5 to 5. Okay. Four reds, 3 blues. I was telling y'all the whole time. You're so crazy. I don't know why I'm like... something about the face cam being on, man. I don't know something about it. It's like, why is Idealist being like extra weird? And first of all, how dare you speak to me in such a casual tone? But second of all, I don't know either. Let's see here. We are merging. Like the desires of the marker in Dead Space. We are becoming one once again. Alright, so with all those blues though, I'm kind of tempted. With all that kind of going, we might as well just have like... why did I pick the sign? Storage container. Boom. 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 Oh, why am I doing it this way? What am I doing it that way for? Okay. Oh. Y'all accidentally pull out your rebar gun and shoot an explosive round at the things you're supposed to be working on. If I had a nickel, I would have 1 nickel. The quotes to live by Idealist. Alright. So it is... we're just gonna make 1 of each. Yeah, we're just only gonna make 1 of each. And then we're just gonna split. And it's gonna look really bad. But don't worry. We'll say we will fix it, and then we never will. That is the corporate way. And if there's something that the world has prepared before, it's corporate. Okay. Boom, boom. And then boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. Okay. Copper, iron. Boom, 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 boom. All right. Oop, wrong direction. Okay. Pretty much as close as we can get with that. And then... perfect. Alright. So now what we're gonna do... actually... this is a temporary storage where we just shove all our stuff in here. This is a temporary storage where we store all our stuff in here. Okay. Oh, the guitar riff. Okay, so this is blue. And then this is red. Hell yeah. So we need iron. We need a full thing of iron and a full thing of copper. Now what we could do is just pull it out of here. But I feel like that would take too long.
Nah, let's just do that. Let's just do that.
What are we gonna do? Go around and look for it? I don't think so. Inventory button. There it is. Haha. I can spell. Shut up. Oh, I don't have copper ingots. Hello, hello. Welcome, Foxy the Fox. Foxy the Fox was just here. Crazy, am I right, fellow Fox? We're gonna get some copper. Gonna get some copper. Gonna get some copper. Gonna get some copper. 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 Copper, copper. Oh, we don't have copper. We have copper sheets. Y'all wouldn't happen to have extra copper laying around, would you? Ha 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 ha. Oh, I could do this, though. Steel! Steel! Me using that same, one in from, like, Family Feud. Kill! Yeah, was that a new avatar at the top right? Yeah, right? It cost a pretty penny. It cost a lot of money to get this built up. Like, it's honestly kind of crazy. Thank you for noticing. These were all the copper sheets, huh? Well, here we are. We need a new copper area. That's what like that entire copper situation is just sheets. And I don't mean the gas station. However, I do like sheets. I am a fan of sheets. Hopefully it doesn't come out that it's like the CEO of Sheets like I kicked seals and posted a picture of a lion being killed in front of its cub or something. Like just like crazy nonsense. Okay, so that's going. Is this the game you have like 4,000? How dare you? I only have... Let me pull it up. Let's see. I only have 900 hours in it. So take that. Man. Alright, so that's definitely going to piss me off. But you know what? We're here. And that's what matters. That's going. Alright, so red is there. If that's the case, 900, 4,000, same thing. Both are numbers. Those are... That is technically true. That is technically true. I don't think they should be coming out the same end. Me when I left. No, I'm not. No. Yeah, I'm thinking. Oh, also, first of all, we have another 5. So 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 45, 55, 65. We have 65. How are we doing down here? What does this produce? Uh, 15. So 65. So it was 4, but now it's 5. It needs 5. So let's just go ahead and throw one additional one at the end. Sure, why not? We are missing a lot of stuff, apparently. Can I just, like, not? Let's see here. Do I even have a thing where I could just throw this in? I actually do have a sizable amount. Because I do want to pull from the imaginary pocket dimension, you know? It was getting kind of dark. We could make more of each one, but I'm like, is it even worth it? Hey, Merry Christmas. How you doing, Piranha? How are you doing on this fine, fine day that we have in here? I need a decent amount of everything here, actually. Yeah, we do need that. Well, actually, yeah. All right, so we have 1, 2, 3, 4. We have 4 different areas where we should probably put up stuff. Hi! Hi! Yeah, I know, I have it on all the time. It's But hopefully you're doing well. And I'm glad you're doing well. We need 5. We have enough things to make it. I know I'm being very vague, but that's because I forget the names. But we want... Let's go ahead and do a crafting bench. We want 50 of these. It's, right, exactly. Exactly. I don't even feel anything, bro. Christmas this year was just boring. Most interesting thing is probably the fact that probably my best what? Your best whatever. Your best ever? That's where you, what? Huh? What? Huh? I think you mean song. Oh, best beat ever. Hey. Guys, I don't think you want this. Guys. I don't have bullets. This is awkward. But I do have explosions. What did we learn? Hey. I have another one in the chamber. I ran out of ammo. I have another one. Get out. Beep boop, beep boop. No threats detected. Get out of here. Your power level's too low. Alright. Wait, did I only need 4? 4? I need 4. 4. Oh, I probably should have just kept some of this, like, in my pocket. You know. I probably should have done that. Alright, so... we are gonna have one here. It's kind of a learning experience for the youngins, so they understand what interdimensional storage looks like for a thriving technological venture. I'm gonna start dabbling in music today. Ooh, that's awesome! Feel free to share in the Discord what you come up with, even if you're not confident in it. What matters, you have to make a lot of subpar stuff to get to the part to the really good shit. All right. Okay, so that's good. That's in there. That's awesome. I'm so excited to hear it. I mean, I think that's just getting older. Christmas loses its spark when you get older. I don't think it was really this year in particular. Yeah, the lack of snow. We got plenty of snow, just not on I was gonna say Halloween, not on Christmas Day. boo. Well, this one, like, actually kind of... how about this? Do-do-boo, boo-do-boo, boo-do-boo, boo-do-boo-do-boo. We want a hole. Not just any hole. A floor hole. Not to be confused with door hole and wall hole. Or wahoo. Sorry, that's really dumb. Let's do splitter. Perfect. And then now, let's see if this is enough. We need a little further back. Just a touch. Ooh, that's awesome. Start recording. Something's been that way from a recording booth for a while. That is really cool that you have a recording booth. It's out of like a 20-meter deep cave. It's like Uni's podcasting room. Oh yeah, that's right. The podcasting room. I remember now. I remember. Okay, so it's this, and then boom. There we are. All right, perfect. Yeah, we had a snow day and then proceeded to rain right that night. We ended up having ice instead of snow. No, that's the worst. I love snow, but man, ice, not a fan. Not a fan. Okay, that just goes straight up. Can't tell if you're Foxy or Ruby anymore, right? Let's see here. We want a merger that goes that way. Boom. And that will cut our production considerably. But then we actually have stuff to like build off of. I played myself. My God. So this one's actually doing pretty... Oh. Did this fill up already again? Yeah, I don't know. Tagog? What's your opinion of the Ballad of False Hydra? Oh, the Ballad of the False Hydra is so good. I love it. I think it's so cool. Alright, let's just swipe this. And just shove this in here. Let's go ahead and same dealio. No, this is pretty like, oh no. We could make this better. We can make this better. We can make this better. Alright, we want... Ballad of the False Hydra is and feel free to correct me if I'm wrong, a Vocaloid song about the D&D creature. Oh, was it Vocaloid? I didn't realize it was. What am I? Then I might be thinking of something else, but it was another song about. Essentially, it's the same thing, right? It's essentially the same deal. Maybe. It could be. Oh. There we go. And then we have floor hole. And then boom. Looks like it was right at the cross section. Post in the Discord? Yeah, post in the Discord. Okay. Alright, that's ongoing. So now I made this much more difficult on myself. Gosmazios in Idealist lore. What is Gogmazios? Explain this to me. I know of False Hydra. I know False Hydra. But what is Gogmazios? Is that like an eldritch creature? Monster hunter? You're gonna have to describe the guy in order for me to know what even... I don't remember any of the names. All the names are gibbery-gook for me. It's just not... It's just a nothing sandwich as far as retention in here. It's not gonna happen. And I swear to God, if you just say dragon... if you just say it's a dragon, I'm gonna lose my mind. So you better give me more than that. Let's see here. I think the best way to do it is like here. And then we are like, oh, okay, you put it here. Beep, boop, pop. And then we do like that. And then like this. I mean, it's not perfect, but it's better than what it was gonna be if I try to do anything else. Okay. So now, with that on its way, we're gonna also have perfect. We are good to go to just be making these forever. It's... Of course. Why was I expecting anything different? It's a Theros dragon. Ooh. Elder dragon coated in thick tar, eats gunpowder, 4 legs, 2 giant arm wings. It's big and flies warmer in the series. Its tar is very volatile and can go between solid and liquid and gas. Wait, is this the new one that came out recently in Monster Hunter Wilds? Because, like, that sounds kind of familiar, but I wasn't even, like, that wasn't even on my radar. That's a splitter. We're going to do boop, boop, and then, honestly, we're just going to do this. Boom. Oh, this should be a merger. That should be a merger. I was wondering, I was like, wait a minute. That doesn't seem right. Oh, we'll just do it anyway. Alright, so we have the 45. We have 45 going out. Lovely. And we will have even more going out here as well. So we have a merger. Merger. There we are. Boom. 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 See how neat it is, except for that one. Don't ignore that one. Alright, you try to get some sleep, Dragon. You have a good one. Sleep well. Thank you for joining me. It was wonderful having you. It is well past midnight for you. So, sleep well, King. Alright, up here we have, wait, oh, right, we probably, yeah. Oh, how are we doing over here? We're almost at 100. See, that's why the Duncan method works, is as we're kind of making things like, oh, this could be good, what about over here? It needs to be slightly to the left. It's like, cool, we're just bah. Knocking them out. Bow. But yeah, I think this needs to be on the other side. Kinda. I think storage being on this side is fine. But now that we have, because the way that I'm kind of stacking it, And I brought the guy up because the whole thing that it's drenched in tar and produces it. Interesting. So kind of like that's an interesting way of kind of thinking about it, because idealists kind of ground environmental effect that gives him an advantage is akin to tar, which, by the way, props on you for remembering. So I could see why that. So to have a summon that is specifically designed to expand that influence, because the way that it kind of works is that it slows people down. It's very difficult to get out of, and it allows summons to come out of it. It's essentially like a portal of where they're able to kind of like go in and out as their leisure, right? So anything that's covered in the star is essentially free game to be able to like get to. So it would make sense that there would be a thing that would then advance it further, as to then he wouldn't need to like expend more magical energy to try to like broaden the range, and instead you have this thing that essentially is like charging forward and just like creating a kind of like what's it called when you trick an entire city to let you in with a wooden horse? Trojan horse. It's like a Trojan horse situation. You have this giant charging thing that if it gets in, like all the tar and everything's coming off of it, and then like they just get to swarm in. They have an end now, right? Let me write that down. Sorry. Let me alt tab and write that down. Or someone says something like, I know it's technically oil, but that ain't oil. Right. Let's see here. It is what was the name of it? Gogmazios. Inspiration, potential, have charging summon, be able to produce the tar that will allow additional summons to be able to come out of. Hell yeah. I like where your head's at. I really do. I'm gonna explore that. I'm gonna explore that idea. That's very smart. I mean, there's a reason why I haven't figured out all of Idealist's like army and setup, and just because like that's why it's more of a drip feed kind of deal, because that's as much as I figured out, and I don't want to close all the loops so it's like unable to come up with cool shit like that. I'd much rather just leave it open, and then when a cool idea comes around, you're like, that's true. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what happens. I just never mentioned it previously because for secrets. Because I say so. Alright, so what we have is enough of these things going. Well, enough-ish of these things going. I would like... What is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? I don't think it's really worth like attempting to try to make a whole thing for it. I was thinking like, oh, we could do like a 3D print where we can just copy the basic plan of this and then just click it once and we're good to go. Well, because we have red, blue, and grass, leaves, pine needles. Let's just do that. Tree branches or whatever the heck it's called. That. So we have that going on. That's on its way, honestly. So, but what we have... Oh, we should probably... A ma'am right here And boop. All right, what do we got? Okay, so that we're well. Once we get to 200, or after we get to 100, we're cutting that off. So we have reds and blues. Then we need to make golds and silvers, irons and coppers. Not even close to what I meant to say. Iron and copper. And then we need a bundle area. And then we need a wreath area. So we need 1, 2, 3, 4 more floors that we need to adjust accordingly. And then we're golden. Not golden, but golden like the Christmas lights and the wishes of a young child that desires the new Steam Deck to play Binding of Isaac on the couch. So 4 floors, honestly. Is this a 6 by? Hold on, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, we're just gonna make a shortcut. We're just gonna 4. I ain't gonna be bothered with that. 4. Hold on, before we go too crazy. 3 walls high. 3. You know what? I know technically we don't have to worry about terrain that way, but man, do I love me my slide jump speed. This game is one of the few games I'm like, I'm gonna parkour all the time, and it's gonna feel, I never get tired of it, except when I accidentally float like that. Why was I here again? Oh, right. By the way, this is the train tracks. Alright, let's see here. We are going to clear. New blueprint is going to be called Christmas Floor. It's the base of a Christmas miracle. Select icon. Tree. Yeah. Okay, cool. So this is on its way. And then now all we need to do is just go like, okay, cool. Boop and boom. 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 Make sure all these are covered. Done. I don't remember who it was, but their whole shtick is that they break games and they broke Satisfactory somehow. Yes, that is. Oh, why did I? Josh. He says it in the beginning of every of his videos. Hey, it's Josh. It's break it out, break it down. Something along those lines. It's something along those lines. Game it out. Game it out, right? Something like that? Yeah, I watched that too. I did watch that as well. Very, very funny. Very good. Definitely devoted to the bit, I'll tell you that much. One, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I know how to count in Spanish. Kinda. I only took 3 years of it in college. You would think I would learn more of it. And yet here we are. We're just gonna have the center one out. Okay. Well, this is where we can kind of have fun with it a little bit. Right? Because this looks a little light, right? It's just like, oh wow, oh man, here's a box. You're welcome. You know how to count in Japanese? That's actually really impressive. Good job. I think first things first, we remove these. I think it would be cool if we have like this kind of going on. Kind of like this. That'd be a nice thing to go for. Actually, we don't need these because if they have the floor will act as the ceiling. One, two, three. What can I accept? As he says, you're welcome in Japanese. That's stupid. You're a genius. We need more doors. Where is the doors? Where are they? Where are they? Logistics? Did I not unlock doors? I see these. That's for transport. Foundations. Maybe I didn't. Maybe I ran out. It's totally possible that I ran out. Yeah, look at all. I only have these two doors. Okay, let's look. Let's look. Come here. Come here. Come here, Shot. Come here. You and I, we need to talk. Customizer. We like to see it. We haven't done these, but actually, you know what? We'll add this to cart. We'll add that to cart too, because that's pretty good. Foundations. Walls. Here we go. Gates. That's what I wanted. Throw that in there. We have a lot of stuff that we could throw in here. All right. Buy all. What do you mean not enough coupons? Oh. I threw my coupons in here. Why am I doing this? When we can crouch jump. Well, let's go. Ha-ha. I care not for my legs. Exactly. There is a falling ECRB for a raisin. There you are. And now, I mean, we could do this to like stop us from taking fall damage, but traversing should be. I have Scrap Mechanic, if you know that game. That's been on my wish list for a while, for kind of obvious reasons. Where is it? Where are we going? Over here. Where? Here. Buy all. Okay. And
Fixing
now
does not guarantee improvement of workplace readability, efficiency, or safety with use of these patterns.
Uh-oh. I
since
forgot
the
how to
process of
build
deployment
stuff.
is
Q.
dependent on pioneer skill.
Hold on, let's see if this works. Look at that. We could just fly right in. Let's go. There's also, we could just, we could do the, why? I don't know why I was trying to delete on the other side. Let's do this one. That's kind of cool. Whee! Whee! It is just open. For ventilation and safety. It's been on my mental wish list since 2018, 2019. Y'all. It has been a hot minute. Let us see here. We got some like stuff, didn't we? Skins? Yeah, okay. Oh, premium Fixmas skins require Wonder Stars. We haven't unlocked that yet. Okay. Oops. How about basic Christmas skins? Oh. Okay. Alright. Well, how about I just do something else then? Let's do... Should we do concrete? Should we do concrete walls? Should we just industrialize abomination? Just this concrete building that makes presents and joy? Oh gosh, that's funny. As funny as that is, I don't want to do it. There's also steel walls. I kind of like the fix-it wall. The floor, though, the floor's got to change. Not asphalt, coated concrete. Honestly, coated concrete. Yeah, you gotta have shiny floors. Look at this. You gotta have this. And then grit metal. Nah. Alright. I think this is a good base. I think this is a fine base for this. Alright, cool. This is what did I say? It was like Christmas floor. It's like killing floor, but more satisfactory. Yes. Tree. Select icon. Save blueprint. Alright, cool. Oh yeah. This one will be put for, let's edit, add category, new category. Can I change the, okay, there we go. This category is going to be Christmas. This one, Christmas. Alright. Can I just... Whatever, it's fine. It's whatever. If they're gonna fight me on this... Changes have been made to information. Save blueprint. The name's already in use. Override it. Sure, I guess. Why not? Okay. We're just moving forward. We're just moving on. I want to just use this floor to make 4 more floors to then add like 2 buildings in there. Find out that I need to make 87 more buildings in order to make the numbers even. Go crazy. Come back from being crazy. Eat some Reese's. And then repeat. And that's why I love this game. Speaking of which, we need more iron. So, iron. Boop, 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 boop. Boop. Oh, speaking of which, actually. Is this at 100 yet? It is! We can stop this now. At least for now. And we need how much in order to make this happen? Like 200? It was like crazy. Yeah, 200. Alright, cool. Boom. Alright. Oh crap. Well, I guess what I could do is I can put 1, 2, 3, and then 1. Why did the zoom come off? And I don't mean the like thing where people meet You know what I'm talking about? Zoom. It was like Skype before they dropped the ball majorly. Gosh. Blueprints. Christmas floor. Okay. Boom. Did that do it? Oh, it's off by like a little bit. Alright, same deal. There we go. Did that do it? Why did it come that way? This is what happens when you don't do it and then you try to put it on top of something that you put up normally. You have this. Okay. Oh. Hey, look at that. Beautiful. Mwah. Chef's kiss. I even say it after doing it. The thing every student in US during the Dark Ages was forced upon. Y'all, listen. Y'all were done dirty during the whole education thing for it. I understand to a certain degree, like the education system had to adjust, but my God, were they just like, I don't know. It's like, something better. Because it was very bad. It was very, very badly handled. And then it's just like, we just need to get the kids into school. We just need to get them into the school. And I'm like, I don't think you understand that people are dying. I'm not going to get on this tirade. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Okay. Alrighty then. We have blue. We have red in there. And then now what we're gonna do is, if the blue is down there, what I want to say instead, I kind of want to just have the blue go up to, or the red goes up to iron immediately, or red goes up to copper immediately, and then the next one you have that one go up. Yes and no. Because if we do it this way, and then it's just like, cool, and then we have copper, and then we have iron up here, okay. Alrighty then. What we want, honestly, is we're gonna actually just take this. And then we're just gonna split it. We're just gonna split it. Conveyor splitter. Boom, 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 boom. And then this is gonna go up here. If it's gonna be right there, it's gonna go right here. Do we have a wall hole? We do have a wall hole. I don't know why wall hole sounds like wahoo in my brain right now. Can you tell I didn't get a lot of sleep last night? Gosh, sometimes I'm glad I don't edit these completely and fully all the time anymore. Cause damn. Alright, so now wall hole. come on. Invalid aim location. Fine. Boop. Alrighty. That is now good to go. Red is coming up, and honestly, we're not gonna do the copper thing. Actually, how many copper did I say I needed? 4? 3? 2. I needed 2. So if I have 2 up here, and I'm just like, I've made 2 copper. And look how amazing they are. They're just so great. Oh, I forgot these need to be foundry. I have 2 copper. Look how amazing they are, right? It's just like, oh wow, everyone compliments me about my copper. And then, right? So that's 40 copper. So we would need 2 smelters. We would need 2 smelters. Because on one hand, a part of me is just like, oh, just whatever it, right? I think there is a bit of a whatever it here. There is a bit of a whatever it here. So because the consumption is such a minute thing, I think what we're gonna do is that we're just gonna swing over to one of the copper mines that we haven't finished setting up yet, and it's just like good to go. Not really good to go, but just like there. And then we just set up a thing. We just set up a thing. It was just like spit out whatever, how many, put it into like the space in between space, set that up, and then we just take 500 of it, shove it into a container, and just let it run. I need to keep on looking like this. If I'm looking here, I apologize. That's where y'all are. I'm supposed to look here at the camera because I'm a professional. And professionals have ad breaks, which is happening right now. Okay. Alright, let's see here. What do we got? I am thinking... I'm still saying, if we look up our map, we have turbo, that's potential quartz, copper stop. So we do have a copper stop. Wait a minute. Wait a gosh darn minute. Wait a second. Wait a light year. Wait an hour. Wait 3 minutes and 17 seconds. We're on our way. A part of me wants to just abduct a train and just not even in relation to the game. Just randomly drop like, yeah, I just wanna abduct a train. Just go out this way. Because look at this nonsense. And a part of me is just like, oh, just finish setting up, forehead, and then everything's gonna be good. But like, there's so much like problems between like the things from learning from each other. It's a whole thing. Okay, so that way. What are you? Why are you here? Oh God, yeah, no wonder. That's so funny. He's just like, ugh. I don't want to touch that. No, thank you. Let's just take this train. Oh. Can I take this train? I can't just take this train. Let's just take this train. We're just gonna take this train, and there's nothing that you could do about it. I don't think you understand the ramifications of the things you've set in motion. We are gonna go to the copper factory. Look at that. Oh, perfect. There's even 2 of them. Good job, past idealist. I am so proud of you. Here's $1 million. Let's see here. We want this. We want you, and then we want you. Yes, yes. Oh, even more perfect. Let's go ahead and just like grab maybe not all of these, but like 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. We'll take like half. Come on, come on. There we go. We'll take like half. What could possibly go wrong? What's the problem? Hey, what are you doing over here? Wouldn't there be a... Come on. 6. Really? Can I just do this? Nope. Or anything else, maybe, perhaps? Hey, I hear you cats over there. That sounds like an insult, but I just hear, whoa! What happened? Why did my frame rate drop to like 7? Did the ad break stop and what? Whoa! Why do we suddenly drop to 10? Can we get it back, please? What happened? You saved, and then the game literally exploded. What the hell did you just save over? Oh my god! Oh, wait a minute! Oh, whoa! We're gonna exit the main menu. You know what? Hold on. We're gonna save. We're gonna save on top of it. New save. Oopsie daisy. Okay, cool. Now we're gonna go to like main menu real quick. Oh, what was that? All right, see, beautiful, amazing, wonderful. Continue. We're fine. I don't know what happened, but something happened somewhere. Good job, idealist. Way to give the people what they want. All right, so we're gonna go this yonder way, and then why were we doing this? Copper, but we're fine with copper now. We have enough ion to satiate the masses. We have enough copper now to satiate the masses. So we should be good to go to move forward with the idea of doing 2 of those at the same time. So that's good. That's still ongoing there. That's fine. Is it still going? Hi, I'm here. Copper is being a stinky poo-poo butthead. All right, we'll take like we'll skim off the top a bit here, but we'll have that going because that should the short-term solution should be not hindered. And then what we're gonna do is that we're just gonna have a little bit of a storage container, like right meow. And then we're just going to shove all that in there. Yay. And then we want to also make sure that we have room for growth. Because what I'm anticipating is that we are doing the math that we only need one of those like reefs at the same time. I was thinking we're going to need more than one at the end of this. So let's you know what I'm saying? And now Foundry. I know what I was doing. Shut up. This we're just gonna have some splitters. We'll just do this. Boom. 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 Oh, We'll do this. Splitter. Boom. Oh god, it's not gonna let me do the thing, is it? Oh, right. That's because this one, haha. Can I, oh. I was like, why isn't this working? Well, you see, Idealist, you put it in the wrong way.
That would do it. That would do it. That would do it, Wazowski. That would do it.
Alright, we need another pole up here. And then boop, and then boop. And we are making copper and copper. Oh, well, why aren't you? Oh. Well, you see, Idealist, if you actually connected the things, things would happen. It's true. It's true. It's cruel, but it's true. And then what we're gonna do is we're just gonna go ahead and do a merger. Just right yonder. And then here. And then we're just gonna have a storage container. Go right. And a weird that the dimensional one is not going to go through. I mean, do we need the red ones anymore? I mean, the blue ones were fine. Why do we have not? I thought we took off. It's fine. Well, we used it for copper. That's right. How are we here? Okay, cool. That's not needed anymore. At least I don't think so. I mean, for all we know, it could be. But it's fine. It may be. We'll see. Okay. It's a little bit off, and it's going to drive me crazy, but here we are. Oh, no, it's not. I'm not going to be driven crazy. Ha ha ha. Let's go. Perfect. Alright, so that's one singular... That's gold, not gold, copper. Those are different. They look gold. I think that's what's throwing me off. Alright, copper is now done. So copper is good to go for now. We aren't providing it with copper ingots forever. Because we're not crazy people. But only crazy people play Satisfactory. This is truth. So I may not be crazy enough for this game. And you think, haha, Idealist, you're so funny. You're making that sure, that works, Unk. And I'm like, no, I don't think you understand. People are actually crazy in this game. And then We go up 2. I mean, we could instead make it so we share the third floor, and then they both go up, and then they go, and then they make it. We could cut a floor in half, if we so desired. But I'm again worried that as soon as we're going to be making another step, and then I'll have to fit 4 of these in here. I think 4 of these can fit in this room, not 8. What is your problem? Iron? Iron, you good? Copper, you good? All right. Me, a middle manager, just like. You working? What are you working on? Like the worst middle manager. I make that as a joke because I'm a great manager. I'm willing to put that out there. I'm a great manager. I'm good with people. And I don't like taking shit from corporate assholes. I'm a great manager, but like the person above me, I'm a headache for them. It's the same reason that I didn't get into teaching. I was like, yeah, no, I would be a great teacher. Students would love my ass. But like the principal, the person who hired me, it's gonna be a problem. They're not gonna be happy with me because I'm not gonna be a yes man. I do not take that stuff lightly. Alright, so this is going. Oh, I was wondering why this was not going. I was like, that's not a lot. There should be a lot more than this. Alright, let's see here. We need all these. We're gonna put this on. Well, you know, did I math this wrong? I think I mathed this wrong. Huh. I think I mathed this wrong. Because here's the thing. I have 2 of these things going, right? But I have 1 just going for this. We're not just growing that. We're growing everything. So this is what I think. This is what well, first of all, the fact that this still hasn't been like completely and utterly just pushed up, maybe that might have been starving it. That's 30, and this is 45. How is this not stockpiled up yet? You know? I think the best, honestly. I think what we need to do is here. We merge. We merge with this. Because then what we can do is it goes in here. It goes through with the whatever, right? Any leftover stuff that happens, it can just immediately get put on this. Which then begs the question of how much is actually on there, and should we bring this up a level? Because this is what, 10, 20, 5, 30, 35. Actually, okay. I think I'm overreacting a bit. I think I am overreacting a touch. What did I say it was? Immediately forget it. This is 5, 10, 20, 25, 30, 35. So 35. So as of right now, both of them are being made by 45. They're both over capacity, which is good. Which is what we want. That's fine. It's fine. So I think this going up. And that's what I was thinking about, this way, going up this way, and then going up this way. So red is going up from the back side, blue's going up from the front side, and then that way they're not like intermingling. Or we can have both in the back. And then it's just, it goes on the other side. And then the front just doesn't have anything that's like there. I'm kind of leaning towards that, so let's just do that. Oh, well. Well, this is a little awkward. Oopsies. I think that answers our question. Let's just do it on the other side. Alright. Let's see here. We're gonna do a couple little merges. Merge 1, merge 2. And we can't forget about merge 3. Merge 3 has a baby on the way. And do we... Oh, we just need a buffer. But besides the buffer, we're golden. Oops, 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 oopsies. I don't know how many times I hit the wrong button there, but we did. And then we're just gonna go ahead and do this. Boom. And then splitters, and we split it in 2 ways. And now, we're going to try this blueprint a second time. There it is. What's the problem here? Uh-oh. That's a problem. Because it ate through the walls. I just wanted to go on top. Is that so hard? Apparently it is. Boom. Look at that. Look at that. And we didn't even need to make it extra special. How does it look down here? Looks good to me. Why is this here? It's fine. We're fine. We should probably have this also be like a, not a foundation, like a, this, right? So you can fly through it, and we can fly on either side. It doesn't need to be just one particular direction where it's like, oh, can't go through the back. That would be problematic. Alright, let's see here. There we go. And then what we want this to be a little closer. That's what we want. But what we can also want, we can want 2 things. Right. Let's see. Well, there we go. Please tell me. Okay, good. Good, good, good. So, but we do need this to be closer. Let's see. A little too close. Just a smidgen too close. Just boop. There we go. Now That's unfortunate. We need to cut this back a little bit. Ooh, we don't really have a little bit. All right. So this is what we're gonna want. This is a little bit of roundabout, but you know what? It's okay. Listen, you gotta do what you gotta do, and we gotta do. Splitter. I think it was there, so we want it here. And then we just have a second splitter here. One goes off into this, which is... No. We need a special splitter here. We want a smart splitter. A smart splitter, for those that don't know, has a graduate degree. And what that allows them to do is that we can do overflow to the right. So it won't actually go that way unless we've hit the cap, which is what we want. And right now it'll fill up a little bit just because like we're messing with things, but later, when it's actually ongoing, unless it goes over, right? So now, what we're gonna do is that we are going to make a storage container to put all of our stuff. In this case, it would be iron. I guess I could just simply just do the tab, look for iron on my essentially, I was gonna say ChatGPT, but that feels like almost like a data joke at this point, where it's just kind of like, no, too soon. Too soon being in the middle of what we're dealing with. Let's do a foundry. We want a founder. And then we want a founder. Like right over yonder. No, let's just do it like here. There we go. We want splitter. Boom. And we want splitter over here. We want this one to go this one, that one to go that one, that one to go that one, and then this one to go that one. Yes. Oh, and that one to go that one. So now we have iron, and we need... Honestly, it might be just a good idea to just have this be on every... on every side. Alright, we'll just have it here. Boom. Done. Look at that. They're golden. Well, they're not. They're not. There's no gold. But we're on our way to a star. Speaking of which, oh, I went out the wrong way. Luckily, I know how to prevent myself from dying, usually. What? Why? Oh. We need more copper? Is that what's happening? No, copper's going. It's just going slowly, albeit slowly. So we have 145. Oh, thank God. I thought we just had 45. And I was like, excuse me, we need 200. Stat. And when I'm really nervous, I sound like an old man. Which explains things, because I always sound like an old man. Okay, so that's also ready to go. And this is why we do the Duncan method, everybody. I just finished the. I'm almost about to finish this to make it efficient, and that other method has been produced everything that we will need in order to not need it anymore and make it redundant. Isn't that fun? Let's see here. Same deal. We're gonna do a merger. Like right yonder. Boom. Boom. And then a splitter. Or one side is gonna be storage. And the other side is not affordable. We're on the wrong side again. I keep thinking we're on the other just because of the direction that I'm building. Let's see. Here we are. We just need 4 more. Actually, we could just do this. Take that. Perfect. I forgot that I shoved all my inventory into those boxes. So now I'm just like, why am I out of everything? And it's like, well, you did get rid of everything. And I'm like, oh yeah. Oh yeah, no, that checks out. Here we go. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. That is now ongoing. That will fill up naturally. Love to see it. And now, I mean, what we could do... I wonder if we should do this for the other one too, now that I think about it. Because here's the thing, right? Okay, I just happened to hit them when they aren't producing anything. I was like, excuse me? We're going to make it so that it's a smart splitter. There we go. Left output is any, right output is overflow. There we go. Because that way, it's all in there, right? Anything that we take out of here, it's immediately replaced. Now, I could also make it so that it's the other way around, but more than likely, in a situation where I'm going to need it, I would just pull it out of the void anyway. The cloud, if you will. So let's also do that here. Smart splitter. Same dealio. Right is overflow. Take this. Take this. And we're good. And now with that going, we have a very interesting setup here. We now need to make a reef one. So we do this one more time. One more time. Could just go down one more. Nah. I'm kind of liking the gray separations here. It's kind of giving it a bit more of a, like, because if it was just one giant orange rectangle, this gives some separation. So what we want, I believe, is a going out of here. I mean, we could just go up. It doesn't need to go outside. So let's see. Where approximately would this go? This would go like right there. Oh, right. I forgot the reason why I didn't want to do this. Because if we go down one more floor, where is this going to pop up? Well, we're gonna find out. Tell you that much. Oh. Oh, that's not a problem in the slightest. That's easy. That's easy peasy lemons to be squeezy. And boop. And then that one goes up there. Perfect. So now when we go up there, it's going to be like, okay, there's two on completely opposite ends. Great. Yeah, no, I wanted it complicated. Good thing I flipped it around, huh? Yeah. Yeah, that's a good thing. Let's see here. We want an assembler. I want it to assemble like the Avengers. Let's do just what are we looking at? What are we looking? That way is that way. And then this way is this way. So we'll do like 1, potentially 2, potentially 3, potentially 2. Me being like not liking where the third one goes. Potentially 2. We'll just do like right now, y'all. And then we're just gonna boop boop. And then boop boop. Alright, well, that one's just gonna be weirdly crooked. But you know what? We ain't here to judge. That's what Judy's for. And then we put over, yeah. Perfect. Now we need to pick, where's our electricity? Where's our electricity at? You, come here. Perfect. Boop. And, oh, right, this isn't, right. Mm-hmm. Yeah. That's this. Okay, one thing. All right, before. Okay, hold on. Wait a minute. Hold on. I skipped a step. All right. So we made gold. We made iron. It's copper. Idealist. It is copper. Copper. We made copper. And then what we did. So now these need to be the bundles. And then we don't go about it. So what we're going to do, same thing. We're just going to just do this. Perfect. And then same deal here. We're gonna do actually this. Kind of like that. Perfect. Splitter. And got that, and boom. Sweet. And then we need to go down to here. This is all full up, so that they're at full capacity here. And then what we're gonna do is that we are gonna just do, what is this? Gold, copper. Copper, fixment ornament. And we're just gonna shove that in here. I'm noticing a flaw in my plan. Overflow should be right, and Eve should be... There we go. As much as I want to make that as opportunistic as possible, currently, all I did was make it so that I will have to manually put... I'll have to manually put all the time. That's why that was going, is that I did that wrong. But now this one will be going correct. But this one we should probably fix. Left, right should be any, left should be overflow. There we go. So then if we end up hitting a wall, I can speak. Can you? We're good to go. So now I was wondering why that wasn't working. Okay, perfect. And now, same deal. I think what we're going to do is that we're going to have a merger. Let's have this go one more back, just so for my own sanity. So it's nice and clean. Hey, Rug, how are you doing? Merry Christmas! How are you? Did you have a good Christmas? Or do you celebrate? Welcome to us playing the Phasmophobia Satisfactory Christmas update. I like playing Satisfactory on Christmas. It's always just a vibe, you know? Let's see here, and then we want to I'm losing my mind on this game and decide to look how others are doing. Oh, what part? Where are you at? I gotta know. What are you tackling now? Because I have about 900 hours or so, and I never even got to nuclear because what happened is that I would just keep on resetting to the beginning every time they would come out with like a new big update. And I just never got to that point. So it's until the 1.0. And then, you know, obviously. Let's see here. We won't... We need to do the next floor. So the next floor is the reefs. So if we're doing the reefs the next floor, we need this to get started. The green barrel of nuclear nightmare. Oh, my heart goes out to you. Best of luck, Rug. That is something that I too will need to tackle eventually. How are you currently dealing with it? Are you throwing it to the other side of the map until you can deal with it properly? What's your plan? What's your plan of action? Talk to me. We'll just do this for now. And then we will do a bit of a cheeky splitter. No, we need smart splitter. Smart splitter. And then left output will be overflow, and right output would be any undefined. There we go. Okay, so we're good to go there for now. Oh, speaking of which, this I think will be done. Let's see. And boop. Yeah, okay, we're good. And then we just need to grab one. Well, that works. And here are the reefs. Okay. All right, what do you have to say?
The best idea Fixit could come up with to appreciate and reward pioneers for their hard work is a gold star.
Mm-hmm.
How creative. But don't worry, I understand the merits of actually meaningful appreciation.
Okay.
When you save the day, you will understand.
Oh. When you save the day, when you beat this game, then you will get it. All right, so what is it gonna take for this star? I dread it. I absolutely dread it. I'm gonna anticipate that it's manufacturer. It's not a manufacturer. Shocking. Assembler. Fix my star. Oh no! No. Oh. Okay. So here's the thing. I was anticipating. I didn't prepare enough power for all these power chugging machines. Yep. Yep. Please tell me you have at least like batteries and stuff put in place so that way you don't go to like full zero. And then even your things that are supposed to give you power stop working. Because that is something you learn rather early. So, but anyway, so here we have 5, right? Haha, there's 5. That's not that bad, right? Except these produce 2. These produce 2. And we need, check it, 500 of these. And it makes 1. It makes 1. It makes 1. So that means if we make a single one, it will take 500 minutes, aka not 8 hours. Did I do that wrong? Let's see. 1 hour, so 60, 120, 180, 240, 320, 400, 20, 400. Yeah. 7 hours? Yeah. 7 hours of just game going. So a part of me wants to do 2. Especially also since the fact that if we do 2, then it won't be 5 of these left over. Well, also, wait, hold on. Oh. So, but even, so that means, that also means that if we manage to pull 2 out of our butts, if we manage to do 2 out of our butts, that would be 250 minutes, which is 4 hours. It's a little over 4 hours, which is still a long time. So, what else are you doing, Rug? What else are you... how's life been treating you? Hopefully well. Because I'm thinking... because I like to have a little bit of extra for like, oh, we want to decorate. We like, if it's something else that we use actively, such as decorations, we should be making an access. So that means... that's why 5 or 1 of these, it makes sense. Because then there's 1 per minute that we're having left over that we can then use to our whims, right? Gosh, that's long. So the question here is, I mean, we have the ability. We can make a good amount. But here's the thing. Just doing one will require 3 of these, which means tripling our entire situation. Right? Our current thing, we're now tripling. Just for the 3 that we have planned to make one of these stars. Right? Now what we could do, Duncan method, right? We could totally do this, where we just do this, and then the next one we just plop this in front of here, and just have that go in the background with the candy canes. As we work on this, it's gonna be like, it's not gonna be 1 per minute, I tell you that much. It's probably gonna be 1 per. It's 20. It would be a little less than half. It would be 1 per 2 minutes, give or take, ish. Yeah, I think that's what we need to do. And boop. Alright, candy cane. Candy cane. There you are. Boop. How much are you making here? 5! Oh, that's this is gonna be bad. Alright. What do we want? We want we need iron. So let's get ourselves some iron. Iron ingot. Boop, boop, boop. Throw that in here. Because this isn't about efficiency. This is about short-term solutions versus long-term solutions. See this? See this monstrosity of twisted, tangled messes? This is what a short-term solution looks like. Alright? That is a long-term solution. We're working on that, but that doesn't mean short-term shouldn't be making some stuff for us in the background. Alright? Alright. Okay, cool. And boop. I have a feeling it's going to take a hot minute for this to catch up here. Man, this is going to be so inefficient. Honestly, we're not even going to need that. We're already making plenty upstairs. We can cut that short. This is all going to go into this, which is all going to go into this. What? Production paused. Why is production? Oh, because of the bundle. Yeah, go. Okay, so yeah, yar. What are y'all pausing for? What are y'all pausing for? Oh, you're pausing for iron. Iron, you good in here? Oh. Oh, we ran out of iron on both sides. Well, we can't tap that. Luckily, iron is just over yonder. But we're not gonna go that way. We're gonna go the ground, because I love the movement of this game. Don't get me wrong, I love the pack. I love the jetpack. It's very convenient when building, but for traversing, part of the reason I love about this game is that it's fun to move around. I'm here for what reason? Why is it that the factories give me the overwhelm like going through a door frame does? Iron. Did I have iron storage in here? I do not. One of these places do. I know they do, because I see them refresh all the damn time. This might be... That's nothing. That's... iron rods. Which one of y'all is making all my iron? I mean, all these are making my iron. Which one is filling up my iron? Because from the sounds, from the looks of it, it's none of these. I thought iron was in the train that's still waiting on the rail. Listen, unfortunately, the last time I played this game, I was in the middle of completely replacing my train infrastructure, got overwhelmed, and then stopped playing. So, none of my trains are on. I hear... Okay, that's you. So, what is going on? It might be the one further over here, because this is like a really good iron spot where there's like 5 or like 3 or 4 different ones. Okay, so that one's that one, that one's that one. Oh, that one isn't anything. I haven't even made anything on that iron node. Cool. Then where am I making... I mean, I could just do this. Yoop. 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 Somewhere out there, there's a iron ingot making thing that's throwing it into a black hole that I'm pulling out of my pocket. Where that is, can't say. No clue. 0 ideas. I like that. I mean, this is an old screw factory that I had. Now I don't need iron for screws. Now I use steel. I use steel screws. And yet here we are. So many iron to make. I don't think I got that one. There we go. Alright. Alright. And now. Hello there. Look at all these trains that are not functioning because the rails that I put up don't like each other. To be fair, that's on me. That's on me. Iron. Are you iron? No, you're copper. Are you iron? Yeah, you are. Yeah, you are. All right, here you go. All right. So with iron being in the process, we need to keep this in mind now. That was for the idea that we would only need one, right? That we would only need one of these. And we're not. We're going to need more than one of these. So we're going to need 3, which means tree branch. Already, we need 45 tree branches going on. So let's go ahead and start there. Tree branch, where are you? Here you are. All right, so we need 45 is what I said? Oh, crap. Oh, no. It's going to be more, isn't it? Short-term plan having problem and the long-term plan is having a problem too. Well, they both... yeah. Well, they have the same problem. It's the same problem, though. So it's not like it's like a crazy, like they have 2 set, and now I have 2 more problems to deal with. It's the same problem. It's just yeah. I mean, what I could do is do like a while. You know, actually, what I could do is just take the one that I'm not even really using. I mean, I am using it, but the plates. The plate one and just diverge it. You know what? No, I don't. I could just diverge it and just bring it over here. Just be like, all you're gonna do is just like, for this Christmas event, you're just gonna make iron for this little area, and that's all you're gonna do. Copper is way the frick over there. That one we're not. But it's the same problem, you know. So Christmas bundle. Where aren't you going? Iron? Okay, you are making it. Okay. You're just slow. Not surprising in the slightest. Okay, so unfortunately, we have 45, we need 45 tree branches, and we make them 10 at a time. I did this on purpose, because now I'm like, cool, I'm making 30, so I need to make 2 more, but then 1 is over capacity. Actually, we want overcapacity, so that's fine. Because overcapacity means we can use it for other things. And luckily for us... Not leaves. Branch. Fixmas tree branch. It is used in a lot of stuff. In particular, fireworks, which we're going to use on New Year's Eve, by the way. We're going to do the same thing as last time and make a crap ton of fireworks that we're going to enjoy and light off. So good. So a little bit of extra is fine. So 1 more of this is all we need, which isn't bad. As far as potential more stuff goes, that's actually really good. That does mean that we're consuming 40... Oh wait, hold on. We need 2 more, don't we? We need 2 more. Because we're making 50 and we're consuming 45, so we're making 5 more. Okay, so that means we need 50 making here. Yeah, I did it last year and it was a lot of fun. Fixmas tree gift. This one is the wrong thing. It should be a merger, not a splitter. That's on me. I realized that the last, when we did the other side, I was like, whoops, well. Boom, 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 boom. All right. 15, 30, 45, 60. All right, so we're not quite needing a new belt, but we're getting there. So this one now is producing 60. We're consuming 50. That is fine. It's going to be a little bit of overflow, but we're okay with that. We're okay with overflow. So, and we're making exactly how much we put in, so that is good to go. Cool. So that's, I didn't even plug it in yet. Idealist, come on. Come on, my guy. We're gonna merge. Oh no, we're gonna split. Split. And you know what? Just to make things clean, we're just gonna split here too. I see. We need to take an ad break, but I want to finish this first. This one, we're just gonna do that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, cool. I think we're good to go with this. I thought this would be... Okay, cool. There's nothing left in the stockpile, so we're good. We're good to go. So we're gonna go ahead and just delete this. Because this, we're gonna need to change and work on the other sections. So this is good to go. That's 60 per minute. We're on 60 things. We're consuming 50. There's a 10 left over. Pretty good. So now, what we need to check is now we need 18 bundles. 18 bundles per minute. It didn't even... I wasn't even doing it right before. How did I get it wrong originally? This is making 5. This consumes 6. It already needed... Oh, no, I already knew that. Okay, no, okay. It makes 4 extra. I didn't know that. Good job, past idealist. You're good. You're good in my book. So 18, right? 18. So we need 20. So we need 4 bundles. So we're doubling our supply up here. We are making 4 of these up here. Okay. Before we move forward, I'm gonna do an ad break, run to the restroom, probably grab another Reese's tree because it's, you know, why not? But I'll see y'all in 3 minutes. Be right back. I'll also turn the, you know, camera off. All right, I'm back. I'll turn the camera back on. Beep. There you go. I have Garibaldi chocolate caramel and Reese's trees, which that in the Easter, so good. Tell you that much. Oh boy. So good. I just love listening to like the yeah. I just love listening to the factory noises. It's so good. And seriously, what made me fall in love with the game was the animations. Like, look at this. It's so just... Okay. Tree down. Got treats left over. Let's dive into this monstrosity, yeah? Alright. So what do we got? Over here. Yeah. Let's see. What I said these up here. We need to move to 4. Hey, Shadow. How you doing? Pretty good. Yourself? Hopefully you're having a wonderful, you know, Christmas. I know I am. I just finished a Reese's tree, and yeah, I like to do face cam for Christmas and April Fools. Those are really the big two. Christmas is because it's like my presence is your present, and it's just, you know, it kind of adds a little homely vibe to it. And then April Fools because I'm a VTuber, so then I was like ooh, and I already have an idea. Star was the actual one who gave it to me, where I think this year for April Fools, I'm gonna make a PNG of just the Canadians from South Park, but it's my face, and it's just like because that's really funny. Just saying. And I apologize if I keep on. You see me turn to the right a lot. Me turning to the right is where y'all are, but that's not where the camera is, because if the camera was there, you would just see my bed and nothing interesting in the background. So yeah. That's going fine. Just playing games with my fam. Hell yeah! What games are y'all playing? Let's see here. If I want to make this work better, if I want to make this 4 instead of 3. One of my favorite history facts is that Caesar was named basically king for 10 years. First thing he does is make the year have extra days. I'll give you more days per my kingship. Because I find 365 icky. Let's start down here. So if we want 4 of these, then we want 4 of each of those. Yeah? Yeah. So we want 4 of these. Nintendo Switch stuff. In this game, I can't remember the name we played earlier. Was it Jackbox? Let's see. Alright, so we have you. Let's see here. Alright, 1, 2, 3. And then 4. Ooh, okay. So we'll need to dismantle this. Interesting. But it's possible. What you're telling me is that it's possible. Oh, it's off by 1? No way. I don't believe you. Yeah, what if we did this? Okay. We might be able to make this work. It's called Splurt? No, I have not. Is this similar to like, what's the moose one? I remember there being a moose one. Okay. We have 4 in here, miraculously. Okay. I'm thinking... this. I don't think if anyone... I think if someone called me Splurt, I wouldn't know what to think. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Okay. Yeah. Okay, alright. I think we are on our way. It's like one card will have a category and the other will be like contains an A or 2 syllables. Oh, it's kind of one of those games. Gotcha. Which is why it's probably called Splurt, because it's like, oh, it's like a word that you have to come up with on the spot. Damn. No. We could do this. Can I do this? I can do this. Alright. Uh-huh. Conveyor splitter. Perfect. We're gonna do a not smart splitter. Nothing smart about what we're doing here. Boom, boom, boom. Imagine you called your partner splitter. First person to say something that works gets the card. Imagine you call your person splitter. The other call the partner's love or honey. No, splitter is not in a like a good thing to be called. Don't get me wrong, but to be to take it as an insult from like a why is this? Why are you? Why? There you go. There we go. That's a little better. There we are. Okay. The factory it was going pretty well. So to put it in perspective, we're working on a Christmas tree back here. Look, it's so beautiful and pretty. Ooh, ah. But now we need to make the star. And the star, I thought, was like 4 per. It's 5. So instead of doubling our workload, we're tripling our workload. So now I'm like, great. Now I'm having to redo everything. And even if we triple our workload, we still only get to make 1 per minute. And we need 500. 500 minutes. just to do it. Just to make this thing. For 1. So it could have been going better. And to answer your question, Foxy, I have about 900 in this game. 500 minutes is like an hour. Try like 8. Try like 8. 8 minutes. Because 8 times 6 is 48. Yes. Yes. So that's essentially, it's 8 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah. And then, so a full-time job is what is required for this. All right, that goes there. Let's have this one also be a splitter. Does that work? If that works, that's crazy. All right, let's see here. We need 1, 2, 3. Going the wrong way. Lovely. 8 times 6 is 24. I think you need to double check your math there, bud. I think you're off a little bit there. This one will just go directly right. There we go. A full-time fix-it employer, right? Fix-it is the company. Yes. Yes. Fix-it is the company. I mean, what company? All right. So now, okay. Boom, 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 boom. Oop, that was wrong. What I just did there. There we go. And now we have ion, 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 ion. Is this just the Industrial Revolution? Is it Industrial Revolution on steroids? Oh, I did not connect these two. Okay. Are we all green? Alright, we're all moving forward. Oh, that's a merger. We are... Merger. We're gonna need another merger, like, here. And then, like, here. Boom. Boom, boom, boom. Killer tofu. Alright. What do you mean? Christmas is all about the industrial complex and what you can and cannot make. The factory must grow. You don't think Santa succumbs to the factory must grow mindset? I don't know. It's like all the revolutions, industrial, French, American. We got them all. Come on down. It's my time to sleep also. All right, then go to sleep, go to bed. Listen to the sounds of the industrial complex wishing and whirring. Yes, it puts me to sleep as well. Alright, so that's going. So let's go ahead and feed up our blue. Let's feed up our blue in here, am I right? Haha. Anyway, I think 15 times 4 is 60. And so we just straight up double. Easy peasy. Isn't there a flashlight? There it is. There it is. There we go. Let us see. We want a smelter. Boom. Boom. Where is the other line? There it is. And now we merge them. We combine them into one giant thing. Boom, 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 boom. How much is this? 60. Okay, cool. How much does it consume? 30. All right, cool. This one I am going to give the assumption. How did I do that? Over here. Let's have a nice splitter right here, right down the middle. It's not in the middle, but it's middle enough, okay? Then over here, I missed. Here. Now, split, split. And then, you know what, just to make things look nice, split. That, yep, didn't want that. That's how an Ouroboros happens, and we all saw what happened last time. We all saw. Alright, what is this? Blue? Blue is 5 per 10. It makes 10. So 5 per 10, 5 per 10. This one, we're actually gonna just make a second one here. There we go, and there we go. Okay, so that's 30. So now, honestly, iron's kind of good to go now. Iron's good to go. Red is gonna need some love. Tell you what. Let's actually just fetch some iron and copper right now. Boop, 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 boop. And copper. Boop, 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 boop. Because they fill up pretty quick. Now what I could do is try to increase my capacity. But that seems like a venture for another time. Right now it does not feel, I do not feel compelled. Oops, that's the wrong thing. Cool, let's just delete that before things get problematic. Before things get a little crazy. So red and blue, copper and iron. I think these are now at least good enough in going. These stopped because, well, these didn't stop. What is this? 50. Oh, no, 15. All right, it's still 60. It's still 60. We're good. We're good. Enjoy lurking and cuddling with Mama Dodo, Shadow. So now with that, let us change up our red here. Same deal as before. We're going to make 4 of them in a row. I believe we're going to need 4 of them in a row, right? Yes. 4 of them in the row. And then the red is going to be, I think, a bit problematic. That one's going to be a lot. But actually, wait. Before we get anywhere crazier than this, it's probably a good idea, even though we just literally made halfway through what we just made, or stopping halfway rather, we should probably finish making the other one, the reef, this, because as of right now, that's not being, none of those are being made. And sure, our situation isn't going to be enough for 3 of them. What? We should probably have that going first. And then let's have everything going. We're kind of doing a bit of the Duncan method where it's like, it's kind of the short term where we at least have things flowing. We're testing to make sure everything looks good. And then, because we're going to immediately break it. We are going to immediately break it. It's fine. Let's just finish what our train of thought first. Let's finish this. Okay, get all these up and out of the way. Let's have this get up to the 2nd floor so that things don't get too problematic. And then a splitter. There we go. Boom. Alright, so now foundry. Oh. Oop. How did that happen? How did that happen? Can I like immediately match it so that oh, that's gonna bug me. Alright, just one thing at a time. One thing at a time. Alright, we're gonna have this be like right here. We're gonna have this be a little closer up here just to give more room back here. Okay. Alright. And perfect.
Yes, perfect.
And then boom. And boom. And then boom. Oh, can't forget boom. Watch this be too close. I think it's too close. All right, one more. One more up. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, that's much better. All right, well, time to undo all my work. Haha, should have tested it first. If this teaches you anything, this is why it's so important to test quickly and with minimal investment, because you don't want to put a whole lot into something that you immediately need to, change. Especially when it comes to Satisfactory. Alright, and then we are gonna go ahead and do another splitter. Another splitter. Bano. Is this right? It's not right. Splitter is... There we go. There we go. There we are. And then this one also needs to be redone. Usually you want to have these things equip this easily, like that. Or you want that second. Alright, perfect. And as far as this one is concerned, we want this to be kind of like here. And then kind of like that. No. Kind of like that. That's so messy. You know what? You gotta do what you gotta do, you know what I'm saying? Alright, alrighty then. We're gonna go boop, and boop, and boop, and lastly, certainly not lastly, copper, 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 and copper. Can I just do this now? I can't. Oh, pretty much. Boop. Alright, and then now this one's gonna require a little less slack. Just a touch. Speaking of slack, I actually learned a interesting new animal fact recently. I learned that iguana eyes. So there was a mystery when it comes to iguana eyes and their ability to like rotate like all the way around. Is that pretty much any and all animals that have eyes they want that cord as short as possible, as that would allow the quickest signals from the eye to the brain, and it should be direct, right? Well, it turns out chameleon eye's optical cord is kind of a little bit S-shaped, like there's slack in it, and in fact is about triple the amount of length as any other comparative animal would be. So it has the slack to be able to rotate and bend and do all that kind of weird stuff, without snapping off its own optical nerve. Pretty interesting. The more you know. I also have another optical nerve story, but we're gonna leave that for another time. That one's not very great. All I gotta say is teacher stories can be wild sometimes. There we go. That's all going. Perfect. Alright, so now, what are we making here? We are making 40. Or technically we're making 20. We're making 20, and we are needing 40. So if we get down here, nope. Hey Pink, how you doing? Yeah, welcome in, welcome in. Don't worry about like being in the here in the beginning or anything like that. Like it's kind of whatever. All right. So if I need 40, I am making 20. So I need twice as much. I need 4 more of these. Okay. Honestly, I see the vision here. And I don't mean from marble. Let's see. Let's balance this out a little bit. Just a touch. Let's see. We want smelter here. Actually, let's squeeze this in a little bit. Just a touch. All of you. Y'all are gonna have to kind of get a little shoulder to shoulder. No more man spreading. You know what I mean? They're like, oh man, this is I can't wait to do all this. We can have it a little bit more to the left. A little bit more to the left. There we go. Oh, whoops. Okay. And then now, boom. Extinct Flightless Bird IRL. I know, right? I know. I was tired of living a lie. You know? I was tired of, this is my truth. This is my truth. Alright, all this. I mean, to also be fair, ideal is when the VTuber model comes out. Like, he's gonna be, Mama Dodo is gonna be a major part of it, but he's also a guy. Just a guy. I don't want to undersell, like, oh yeah, no, it's just a boring man, but also a man nonetheless. We talk through Mama Dodo. We communicate through Mama Dodo. Mama Dodo is like the megaphone that I really wish I could think of a better way of telling people than she is a megaphone, because that really, if anything, is insulting. If anything, she's quite not happy with that comparison. And boop, and boop, and boop. The conduit for just a guy. Pretty much, yeah. Like, well, that's it for me. Let's see. We want splitter. We'll split here. Whoops, wrong way. But Mama Dodo isn't the only one. He has a lot of summons that that all have their own quirks and personalities and preferences. A kind of you can think of it as a cost, as you will, for power, is to make it so that the summons are a little less than cooperative. Why is it an S curve now? You know what? I'm not gonna. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. We're not gonna question it. We're just moving on. It works. Mama Dodo is just the. I wouldn't say the most recent one. The most recent one is probably the fire-breathing Parasaur. That might be the newest one. I don't know if y'all ever heard about that, but that's an actual paleontology myth was that the Parasaur's like horn was a canister for like breathing fire because they were like dragons, which is so funny and so cool that there was no way that I wasn't able to like, all right, that's gonna be part of the lore, 100%. We learned that on stream. We did like a whole live stream where we went on to like different, just looking at the iceberg of all the different like weird iceberg myths about paleontology. It was real fun. It's on one of the Sunday chill days. I just don't remember which one. All right, what is this? Is this red? Are you red? You are red. Cool. All right. Oh, that's blue. No, no, no. Red. Oh, that could have been bad. There's a single blue in there, and it just messes up everything. Alright, so all these are good to go, but here's the thing. This is 5 per minute. And now there's 40. Right? 5, 10, 15, 20. That's 40 plus 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. So 70. We're looking at 70 presents. So if it's 70 presents, this is 15. So 15, 30, 45, 60. We need 2 more. And Fixmas. I'm so glad we made it. We put those other things up. Clipping may occur. Please, that one. Yeah, no, it's straight up clipping. It's fine. It's fine. Just like those guys that are trying to charge at me. We're fine. Where's the merger? There you are. There we are. And boom. Alright, so this is 70, which I believe is the case now. I believe it's 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. This is Mark II. So no, this is also Mark II. 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 And then now this is Mark 1s on each side. Because it's 70. By this point, it's like 35 and 35. So it should be okay. Hopefully. Alright, so now I believe we're okay. Because with that being done, I really need to open up this just like up there. So we're going to do that right now. In fact, we're going to do that one too, because we just have so much of our shit together that we're just like, hey, we're just going to do the same thing across multiple things. So that way it's easy to do. There's less compartmentalization. All right, so gold. That one isn't going to be put up anymore because that's now blocking it. So what I will say is I think that won't work there. I have that like way over here. Could I also do that down here? Can I have that way over? Nope, I cannot. Okay, cool. Good job. Good job, Idealist. We could just, like, cheat. Have it go up. And then it just goes through this guy. See this? This is where it was. We could just do it anyway. And I'm tempted. Okay, so it's directly beneath me. You know what? Let's do this. Let's do it this way. Oh, right. It wouldn't, Well, let's see. Of course I missed. I somehow missed. I don't know how I missed. Alright, so we're gonna do that. This is so dumb. What I'm doing right now is so bad. And then we're gonna have this clip through this. But it's gonna be like this way. Oh man, love clipping through stuff. Is this gonna go immediately? It is gonna go immediately. Excellent. Perfect. Yes. Okay, so we have 100 of these, and we're good to not good to go. Now we have adjusted to the new triple, at least up to this point. So now, there's two things that we need. We need Christmas tree wreaths. We need the triple of that happening upstairs, and that's good to go. And then we need candy canes. We need more candy canes, which we should do here. There should be a candy cane section here. So a part of me wants to do like candy canes next.
Nah. Let's just do that. And then candy canes. And now yabba.
Anyway. We want... Oh, perfect. You just want it like there. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Now we want... Let's go ahead and make a upstairs, like, we're good to go. You're good. Yeah, I think it's here. It wasn't. It was one more back, because of course it was. Boop. There we are. Perfect. And now... Okay, where is our boy? There they are. I'm thinking about just doing this. Not gonna lie. Because now this one is gonna split. What is this? 10. Okay, it's 60. Alright, we're good. Just double making sure. Oop. We could just go. Let's go further. Let's go further right. Or further left. Yep. Mm-hmm. Okay. We need a wall hole. I'm kind of dumb. I just realized I didn't need to make the thing earlier shorter. I could just do this. Anyway. So now we make 3. Count them. 3. 1. 2. 3. And we're gonna have a splitter here. Boom, boom. Okay, so that one doesn't even need any more. I don't believe. I think you're good to go, right? Yep, you're good to go. Boom, 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 and then splitter. Boom. Oh, wrong way. Not smart splitter. Splitter. Boom, boom, boom. And last but certainly not least, boom. Now we want wreath. Wreath. Nope. Wreath. Okay. Let's go ahead and grab power. Bring it up. Boom. Okay. All right. I think we're okay. So now we're making 2 additional ones. We're making 5 additional tree branches. And we are good to go. Let us merge. Boom, boom. Boom. And then smart splitter. Right will be... Oh, left will be overflow. But right is going to be our container. Do we even have enough for this? We do! I hope you know that as soon as Christmas is over, the first thing I'm doing is gutting these depot uploaders so then to actually do things that I will probably need to do. Yeah? It's 100% gonna happen. So now I'm making 6 per minute. And I'm going to consume 5 per minute. However long that's going to take to fill up this entire thing. 1 per minute times, I think the stack is 100. So, a long time. A long, long time. Am I going to just leave this on overnight? I'll think about it. I'll consider it. So now, what I need is another blueprint. And boop. There we are. This one's gonna be the It would be a bad idea for the candy canes to be here. It just dawned on me that they require presents. And the last presents that we got, that we were using presents for, are way down here. Was blue. I believe it was blue. They all good? What's the problem here? I'm confused. Okay. Let's redo the math. They shouldn't be this slack. All right, 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This requires 30. Check. This requires 1, 2, this is 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40. That's 70. That's 70 presents that it needs to come from here. Right? And that's 15, 30, 45, 60, 75. 75. So there should be plenty. That's a Mark II. And of course, a Mark II would be a little more spacious. Because, you know. And that's a Mark II, into Mark II, into Mark I, where we have them filling. Maybe it's because they need to fill up. Maybe. But I know for a fact that if we take from the background, it'll make the situation worse. We're just going to go back to where we were. Because as of right now, it's splitting between 40 above, 45, 50, 55, 60. So it's technically splitting. It's not splitting this evenly. This is splitting 60, 20? Do I suck at math? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 30. This is 30. 30 above. Got you. 40 is down here. 30 above, and then 40, 50. 50, 20. It's splitting at 50, 20. But it's doing it 30, 30. That's the problem. So what we're going to do is that we are just going to fill these up. So now, down here is going to, like, lock up, and you'll see that in a second. Where now they're all kind of like, oh, well, we didn't need this. So they're skipping ahead. They'll fill up any second now. Yep, now they're kind of stopping. And then there's always a little bit of leeway between each of the mergers and splitters and stuff. So those are getting filled up. I think it's like 5. I want to say like 5 items. Each of those things are going to get filled up now. And then this is going to get backed up. And then once this gets backed up, then this will fully go. If that's the case, it's 50-70. Okay. That split is still within the 60 that it's going to be able to produce. Okay. Any moment now. Okay, so that one's filled up. This one is still on its way. Okay, that one's filling up. Show it to me. Come on. Oh, it's getting there. Oh. Here it comes. And now that is now locked up. So with that being locked up, now this will get a lot more. This will get a lot more. See how there's no more spaces? Now? We'll get a space every once in a while, but now we get no more spaces. So now this will help alleviate the stress up here. Okay. Good. Go. Alright. Let me just check something. I just want to make sure everything's good to go. No one being like, hey, by the way, your underwear showing. No, none of that. All this is good. Huh? What the? Oh. That explains things. That explains it. I was like, where the frickety frack is this reef? Reef? There it is. Reef. I don't know why it was reef, like a I don't know, like a coral reef. Now that we have done this, we need candy canes. So here's the issue. It stops, like, here. This is the end of the candy cane journey, or the present journey, right? Already overwhelmed. So what I would prefer is to use this side of stuff. Because as of right now, this one's not being overwhelmed, right? And there's another room over here for that. So I'm thinking... This is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking what we do is almost like have a section off here, like a little further. No, a 5 would overwhelm it. I mean, I did like this spot before I built all over it. I mean, the new spot should probably be the top of the building, right? Where we just have it all up there. It probably should be. So a part of me wants to make almost like a secondary building that's like a little bit further over here, where now it's like, cool, this gets put over there, but it will also split and do other stuff, because we have all these other ones here, right, that are just kind of doing their own thing. Oh, how much has this gone? Has this not made a single wreath? Oh, it's been off this whole time. Oh my gosh, it's been off this whole time. It's been turned off. I thought it was just off because, I don't know, it wasn't being fed. Oh no. Alright, well, you live and you learn. The smart people learn from other people's mistakes, so be one of those. Because I don't want to bring them all the way up here. And we have candy canes. Check. We have bows. And we have snow, which don't really get to be used. So a part of me wonders, and even the snowball here is kind of like a subsidiary, right? It's like it's not really being utilized in the process at all. The bow, they're just more or less for decoration. So I can't help but wonder if we just have a second one where it's like, cool, this one is for the smaller stuff, where we have, and then there's a, because the issue lies with this. Of these that we need, this makes 5, right? 5 candy canes. We need 20, which technically we need 25 because we want some extra, right? So because we want 25, we need to make 5 of these, just this, which also means that we need 5 trees just for this. And then this guy we already have going. We already have that guy going. He's already doing their own thing. That guy's good to go. The bow, honestly, we need to figure out what the bow is even used for. It is just used for rockets. And that's what I'm talking about. Is like the candy cane is also used for rockets. Rocket. Alright, we'll just do the bow. Yeah, the fireworks. That's what it was. It was like fireworks. So we have sweet fireworks, which is candy cane, fancy fireworks, which is bow, and sparkly fireworks, which is the snow, which is technically explosive. Why it's explosive? I don't know. So we want enough snow to produce snowballs, which is, it takes 15 per minute to make 5, and all of these make 10 per minute. So yeah, 2. So 2. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we move the tree to the top because that's cool. We'll have I don't even know. Is there even a thing to like put in front of here? No, there's not even a thing to like hook it up into. Because the way this goes, by the way, is as you upgrade the man, the tree gets upgraded. So, right. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we take this, we make this as its own little subsidiary here. I don't know how I feel about it. A part of me wants to just leave a middle area here between the two instead of just one giant one. It's kind of like a give and take. It was like, oh, these are two separate buildings. Here's a walkway kind of deal. So let's see here. Let's do that. And then let's see what it looks like when we do this. Kind of like that. Oh, right. The first floor is the first floor is 4 high. Because I wanted the first floor to be like a show floor. That's like when we design and everything like that. FYI, even though I do plan around those things, I never do them. I'm let's be real. I don't do them. All right. I think that's good. It is not good. Can confirm. Another blueprint. Let's do it again, and then you know what? We'll do ad break now as I'm trying to figure this out, because that checks out, right? That makes sense. This is the part that you missed. Me trying to make this work. Alright, let's see here. Let's see here. I want... How about this? And then now, I have a frame of reference. Smile. There we go. Did that work? No, it didn't. In fact, I kind of did the... I couldn't have been further. Let's see. Let us see. Alright, how about here? Okay. Alright, that's looking good. Oh, wait. Okay, we're fine. I thought that was the edge. And I'm like, wow, how did I get it so far off? That is crazy. But I think we're golden. We good. We have a second wing to Dodo Towers. So we're gonna... Why is that crooked? Please tell me this is one that I just haven't built and I was just so smart. Oh, thank God, I haven't built it and I'm just so smart. Oh. You know what? What I will do? This is what I will do. Besides fall. Fall. Wait for it. Fall. And another fall? Let's save the blueprint with the thing on the other side so I'm not doing it every time. Boop. I'm thinking about doing the other one, but you know what I mean? All right, cool. And save blueprints. Cool. All right, cool. And welcome back, all of you. Smile. We managed to make it. We managed to align it. We also saw that the place that we were gonna start building was crooked, so we fixed that. And then we also fixed the blueprint. So that we could go through both sides. You know what? I'm honestly not the biggest fan of once I have tracking. Y'all will get to see that when I'm trying to think of the word, my body moves. Like I do, like I it's almost like a robot just going like. Why did I sound like Banjo-Kazooie there? Nope, that's still Banjo-Kazooie. I guess my robot sounds sound like Banjo-Kazooie. And boop. Perfect. So now that that's not crooked, what we're gonna do, so this is my plan. It is start up the star. Start the star. We're gonna start the star. And get a ceiling, get that. Build the tree on top. So that's going. Maybe I should wait till last. Maybe I should wait for last. I want to just put the tree on top. That's what I want. I want to just put it on there and just be like, all right, we're good to go. But we have a couple of because a part of me is just like, well, let's just go ahead and just do the candy cane right then and right now. But we want the candy canes on top. The rest of these are kind of just like there. So like, for instance, this could be bows. And then where is this? Okay, there we go. The first one can be bows. The second one can be... Ooh! This is probably not a great spot to be, but we're here. Bows. Then snowball. We'll probably build by like... Oh yeah, it's only 3, right? It's bows, snowball, candy canes. Those are the big thing. Those are the big 3. We're already making a crap ton of that kind of stuff. And we also need to make a separate kind of like thing underneath here that I kind of want to do where it's just feeding straight up underneath it. Instead of like this kind of style, it's kind of just like underneath here and it like goes up into the middle and then it just redistributes via the middle. So I think it's just 3. And then the third one is our boy. Nope. We're fine. We're fine. We're fine. Look at that. Not even a problem. Let's go. Okay. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Why is it uneven? Why is this up one? Oh, those are up one more than they would be normally, huh? Well, shit. Too late to do anything about it now. At this point, it's just kind of like, that's next year's idealist problem. I ain't fixing that. I ain't doing that. So now it is, so it's bows. Oh, well, where is it? Where is it? Why is it that, like, I had it? I don't want to. Oh, it's fine. I was trying to, I muscle memory remembered how to do it, and then as soon as I was like, okay, time to manually recall this, it was just like, oh, we don't have this. Like, what do you mean? We literally just did it. Just do what you did before. It's like, whoever's at the front desk of my brain needs to, like, be fired. Or get therapy. One or both. Both, honestly. Snow, bow, show. No, cane. Yeah, no, that's fine. So snow, bow, and cane. So let's go ahead and throw those in. Just so we can kind of see what we're dealing with here. So this is a bow room. The bow room is literally just going to be bow. Takes 10. Then we're just going to have the snow room, which is going to have 2 of this. Honestly, it's just going to be boom, boom, and then boom, and then the snowball, and then that's it. It's going to take 20, and then it's going to put a couple on the side, and then that's it. So overall, we're looking at 50. Wait. Okay, good. Just making sure that these are all gifts. Gift specific one. 50, 60. So we're looking at 60 already. And then now the nasty ones. These are the sugar canes. And I'm going to have them definitely facing this way. So 1, 2, 3. And how much did I say? It's like 5, but they need 20. So we need 4. So if that's the case, what I'll probably do, especially if I'm going to have them come up the middle, is kind of like this. Oh no, I need 5. I need 5 because I need the extra 1. Okay. Yeah. This side. That's also wrong. It's also not even. I do this. Oh boy. Alright, we're gonna move you just a little bit, like, not like a psychopath. Then proceeds to move it even further away. Okay, cool. Alright, cool. There we are. We have 5. We are making 25. We are consuming 20. We are putting those up there in the sky, ready to go. This should be the other way around so that it makes more sense why they are here. Let's have it so that this is kind of coming in from the back. Don't take that out of context. And we are going to do that and that. Then we are going to have that here and that here. Yeah. 3 and 5, and we'll merge up, and then we'll put it up, put it over here. And we are golden, baby. Golden. And then up here, all we have is a simple, silly little guy who is making a Wonder Star every minute for the next full work day. Hoi. Alright. So we had 60 before candy cane, right? We'll double check accordingly. So we have 15, 30, 45, 60, 70, 75. So we had 75 by itself, then 50, and then 10, right? Okay. So 60 plus 75 is... what? 135? So 135... 60 plus... no. Where is it? 60 plus 75. 135. 135 divided by... by the way, they had a calculator in this game the whole time. In case you're like, oh, I can't do all this head math. You don't. They give you a calculator. Divided by 15. We need 9. We need... I wish it was 8. I wish it was 8. I wish it was 8. So what we're gonna do... because what I wanted to do was boop, 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 like I'll have all the way around here. But instead, what's going to end up having to happen now is kind of like a... how is this going to work? For 9... I will say... 4, 4, and 1. So 1, 2, 3. This is it, right? So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking... is this good? Yeah, that's good. We're gonna definitely thinking this. 1, 2. Objects in the clearance. What? Whose clearance am I obstructing? Oh. What? How is this obstructing that? It's so far. Okay. All right. Okay. You're being a little sassy pants there, but all right. All right. Fine. Well, it's too late to change it, so we are going to just have to move this so that it is indeed here. So for 5 or for 9. Stretch, reminder to stretch. Stretch your legs, stretch your mind, stretch your body. Boop, boop, boom. Okay, so now, we're gonna have to doop-a-doo. Let's just make a wall here, just for, like, just kind of confirming or like narrowing our vision a little bit. So this is what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we do 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is what I'm thinking. So we have 9 total. We have a go up. 9 times it's 135, so that would be a tier 3 that we're looking at here. So we're gonna go ahead and spiel merge. Perfect. Boom, boom, boom. And then this one, well, it's very obvious where it is. Boom. This is a Mark III. Because it's 135. So with 135, 120s aren't going to work. These each are 30. So we're looking at 30, 45, 75, 105. There we go. All right. So that's going up in the middle, and then it's going to offset this. Oh right, we can split on a thing now, right? Let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. Let's go ahead and boop. 9 boop boop boop. Now, yeah. Look at that. Is that something that, like, I need to... Like, obviously it's automatically doing it, right? But it doesn't look like there is... Okay. Alright. I just wanted to see if there was a way to make it so it was just, like... Because it looks like it's fighting me a bit. Okay. Conveyor splitter. Look at that. Oh, it's so beautiful. It's so beautiful. Okay. All right, so that's going there. I'm not caring enough to do that now. Boop. And then perfect. Huh? Did it break? Is it because it's not a Mark III? Why it broke? Is it because of the... Because of this? It did kind of look like it broke, didn't it? Okay, no, that's good. Okay, no, that's fine now. Okay. This one, we will just flip these around. Simple. Simple. Eloquent. Dodo. Fragrance. Calvin Klein. Let's see here. Splitter. And then we'll also splitter here. Then splitter. Then same deal here. And then up here, it's just candy cane. So 15 times 5, 75. So this is going to be a tier 2 just from this. This is going to consume 15 if it's 75. The rest of these should be good to go. Once this is actually, you know, appropriate. There we are. Boom. Boom. Sweet. Let's go ahead and grab this from over here. Will this go both on the other side? No, why would it? That would be cringe. That'd be crazy. Good thing it didn't do it. I would have been upset if that happened. And now, whoop, wrong one. All right. Boop, 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 boop. Candy cane, candy cane. Candy cane's already being made. Candy cane's already being made. Lovely. And then now, what it will be is that we'll just have a merger, like right here. This one, I don't think will... I mean, should we? Because the rest of them, we have it. We have the candy cane... We have, like, the surplus whatever, right? I'll think about it. But I can tell my brain... I could just tell my brain. Conveyor splitter, we'll just do this. And merger. Perfect. Boom, boom. 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 Oh, come on. Merger. And boop. Ah, wrong again. Try again. All right. Boom, 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 boom. Just slowly but surely making our way downtown. And there's in total 20, so it ain't going nowhere. And then we'll just have a wall hole here. Perfect. And then we'll have this go... we can have it move forward. And then we'll have the wall hole here. And then that makes it perfectly for that.
Excellent. Yes. Yes. This is wrong.
Walls. There we go. We fixed that in the last one, but it's fine. And then this one, we'll just simply... Boop. I got it right this time, right? Distance, but not angle. Got it. There we go. Let's try, you know what they say, third time's the charm. There we are. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, perfect. Yeah, first try. Let's go. Alright. Same dealio. We are going to do that. We are going to grab the power. Yoink. I said yoink. Yeah, sometimes magic you need a little bit extra oomph. You know what I mean? Okay, Fixmas. And now... Boom, boom. Uh-huh. We're gonna just do that. And then... Boom. And in this one, it's just gonna be... honestly, it might be just the depot uploader. Because then I don't have to come all the way up here. You know what I mean? It's like, what else am I gonna store these things for? Smart splitter. We're just doing our thing. I think the way it's gonna be is just gonna be our okay, good. I was gonna say, like, is that too close? Let's see here. Left is going to be the priority, because then I can check up on it at any point. I don't need to come all the way up here. I'm gonna say any up here, and then right is gonna be overflow. Aren't these things like big? I think that's why they're 1 per minute. They're effing big. Let's see it. They are not big. Yeah, they're huge. They're way above average. Alright, cool. So that's going. So we have in progress it going smoothly. We have this stuff. Let us finish out the rest of these little guys. And I think with them going in the background, the way I'm going to do it, because again, 8 hours. Like, starting now, 8 hours-ish of it. But we also plan to have a New Year's Eve stream. So we could... I don't know how people feel about watching me play this game for 8 hours on New Year's Eve. Maybe we go explore it or something, kill some time. Or maybe we do some drawing in between or something. But all I'm saying is, hey, look at this. They made 10 right here. That's 10 minutes. That's 8 hours minus 10 minutes. Clears throat. So... Oh gosh, we need more iron. And that's another thing too. We can't just 100% leave it AFK because it still very much demands some level of manual intervention between iron and copper here. Did I not do... Did I not do... Oh. That's iron. Right. What didn't I do? Did that need to be 4? Yeah, this is also copper. Boop, 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 boop. How much copper does this need? Like, legitimately. 40? About to make the longest effing thing just go... Just put it right in there. Unfortunately, I mean, the iron we could totally make work. Let me look up some. There's some weird stuff that we can do. Copper ingot. Okay, so copper ingot, then a little bit of copper, and then a little bit of iron gives you copper ingot. Okay. I thought that there was another one that was like Caterium. I know there's this one where you can make copper wire with Caterium. I was wondering if you could just go straight Caterium and just make copper. And then I'm like, I'm not using any quick wire right now. Quick wire is one of those things where I'm just like, man, I never effing use this. But I think late game is like, you need a lot. Okay, so. But yeah, I'm pretty sure this needs to be more than 2. I think it's supposed to be 4. But my dumbass has not done this yet. Because if this isn't up to par to that, it's even more than 8 hours. 8 hours minimum. Now what we could do, here's another thing we could do. Stick with me here. We can Sumer sloop it. We could Sumer sloop it. So Sumer sloop allows you to essentially double the output for free. Right? I could also just slot in a bunch of clock speed and then just hammer this thing. So let's take a look before we fix our grandiose oversight. Let's see here, because I know I have Sumer Sloop just out and about in my pockets. Nope, that is, though. Do I really not have Sumer Sloop? I bet you it's in here. Yeah, okay, cool. Boop. Alright. So we're going to fully push it. Push it! Push it real good. Bow, 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 bow. Okay, 2.5. So how much energy is this taxing me? Oh, we're not even. We're so fine. We're beyond fine. And then we Sumer sloop it. We make 5 per minute. Now, we shoved so much RAM into this. We cornered the AI like market and just took all the RAM sticks from all of them and then just shoved it into this to make a Wonder Star to make it 5 times as effective. By the way, you hear that weird ominous sound? Yeah, that's a Sumer sloop. That's a Sumer sloop. And then let's see, look, 0, 0. It makes 2. Now we're at 5 per. Now it's 100 minutes. Now it's 100 minutes. Now we got this down to a little less than 2 hours. We can do this offhandedly. We can do this accidentally, right? But now we really... Oh, shit. That would also increase the cost. I forgot that part. I forgot the part where it then takes more resources to make it. But hey, Sumer Sloop works. So at least it's a little over 4 hours. Okay. So we'll stick with this. But Sumer Sloop was really smart. Good brain. Yeah, see, they're already bottlenecking here because we are only having 2 of these guys instead of 4. We should be having 4. Let's double check our math. That's 5, 5. This is That's 18. 18. This is 20. If there's 4 of them. Yep. All right, cool. But this one's like super easy, right? This is literally like all the room in the world. We're fine with this. So now let's go ahead and do an assembler. We assemble like we part. I made that joke at least 5 times. I'm not doing it again. That is 3. Let's try 4 by doing over here. Okay. Okay. There's gonna be a little bit of clipping, but we can make 4 work in here. We can make 4 work in here. It's just like, it's a little tight. Alright. 9, do it this way, and honestly, 9, we're going back. We're going back that way. Alright, so what we're gonna do is we're gonna have that one go to the closest. We're gonna split it up. Yep, here, 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 and then we're just gonna actually have that just kind of like present. Okay, we're gonna have that kind of like there, and then that there. Perfect. Okay, that's good to go. Boom, 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 and then boom. This is all the bundles in the world you could possibly need. I say that only making only one of the things that I cheated with some super sloop. Okay, we're gonna split it like here. Kind of like here, and then boom, boom. Did I? That's still good. Okay, good. And then there. Except this one is gonna go like here. And then. Alright, is this outside? It doesn't look outside, so it doesn't look like absolute garbo. I'll take it. Listen, there's a reason why I usually do a, like 1 level above. It's so that all this, like, situations happens away from sights, and it looks clean and nice and great, and then you, like, peel back the back, and it's just like, ah! Ah! Alright, so all these are now good to... Oh. Okay. Right. Okay. I did that. Okay, cool. I'm doing this right. Part of me's just like, did I do it? Alright. So this is good to go. That's now going. You're now making 2. We went from 8 hours to 4 hours, which is still doable. We could still get that done on the New Year's stream. That could still happen. I could also cheat a little. But what we can do, that means we can do next time on New Year's Eve, we're going to have these be making stuff for the fireworks. We're going to make all the fireworks stuff. We're going to place just a brick load of fireworks. And then we will finish it off by finishing the putting the star on the tree. Yeah. So we'll have the fireworks going, the the fireworks going and the star on top, and then we get to make our new time capsule. We get to watch our old time capsule and make a new time capsule. Yeah. I'm kind of not looking forward to that time capsule because I know I had some goals that I may or not left. Yeah. All right, let me hold on. Let me make sure. Let me make sure that I'm not. Nope, we're good. Okay, good. But I think we can. I think we can knock out some of these. At the very least, we can knock out the bow. Come on, we got the bow. We got the bow. All right. We're gonna go ahead and. Oop. And then we are just gonna put are we gonna do this for every single one of them? Yeah. Yeah, we are. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, we are. I don't know why I said it twice. I think my brain is shutting down. But hey, that's part of the fun. That's what being a streamer is all about. Listen, I love Mama Dodo. I really, really do. Plus, I get to use the excuse that it's a connection issue. I have dodo brain, right? I'm talking through a dodo. I'm limited here. Mama Dodo, like, actually about to peck me to death. It's like, don't you dare use me as an excuse for your ineptitude. I don't think she would ever say the word ineptitude, though. Not that she couldn't, but just like, you know? We now do the split to... No! We're not gonna... Nope. That kind of gave a different meaning behind that. Oh. Hey, can I borrow some power, neighbor? Thanks. They're like, what? What did he say? Appreciate it, bud. You're a real one. It's like, huh? What? Alright. Oh, this should be smart. Smart splitter. Left should be overflow, and right should be any undefined. Because this is one of those ones that we plan on using fairly often. It's not used in any recipe, so it's just literally whatever. And then this one's going to get caught up really quickly. In fact, we'll go ahead and fill it up now. Well, we aren't filled up, but you know, close enough. And then now you... Do we have enough time for you? We might have enough time for you. A part of me kind of wants to just do like a... facing... Let's do this. We'll do... Because this one is the splitter. That's as low as it's willing to go. See how it goes both sides? So we'll do... constructor on this side. Is that far enough? Far enough. Far enough for me. If it's far enough for you, that's far enough for me. Oh boy. Alright, and then we go here. Boom, boom. And... no. Yes. Whoa, whoa. I don't know what's going on with my phone sensitivity. Mouse sensitivity. Boop. Gotcha. Alright, actual snow. Done. Zo. And then I think what's gonna happen is we are gonna... Because here's the thing. We're having a bunch of snow here. Part of me just kind of wants... I wish I made another floor for the snow. But I'm like, where... It's fine. I think... It should be... Well, a part of me wants to do the split, but if we do the split, then it's almost never going to get filled. It's never going to get caught up. It's going to have to fill the entire empty pocket, which is 500, by the way, times 5, I think. So 2,500 to fill, and then it would have to fill an entire... I think it should be this. What it should do... It will just be this. There will not be an additional storage. And what we'll do is that we'll just simply do a splitter here and here, and then a merger here. Because a part of me really wants the snow, right? But at the same time, it's like, okay, what am I going to do with like 25 stacks of snow that I wouldn't rather just have the bombs? You know? So... Oh. I was like, where is it? So that's there and ready to go to be utilized for however it is that, whatever it is that I want to use it for. And then what I'm going to want is another one of these. I'm going to say like here. Yeah, I'm going to say here. And then I'm going to do a merger here. Yeah. I will do a merger. Like, weirdly inspirational. It's like, okay, well, it ain't that deep. Calm down. Oh, nope. And then snowball. No power. I could fix that. Haha. And then this one will have that plus, hopefully, is there enough room? Is there enough room? Yes. There we go. So like, yeah, no, this is gonna take a hot minute to like fill up. Like this won't get, but it's not 2,500 plus 500 times however many squares that is, right? It's just 2,500. Then this is going to peak performance, if not extra, and then it's just cutting on and off a little bit. It's fine, right? I don't want to have to like fix it. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, instead of going half, because technically you could do a feedback loop where you do half goes one way, half goes the other, but then one half feeds back in, so it's technically this one is like 2/3 of the other one. But what we would have to do is that it would be 1/4. So we would need to do that so it would equal 1/4 by splitting it in half and then splitting it in half again, and then 3 of those fourths go and merge back together into one. And I'm like, yeah, I mean, I could go about doing it that way, but damn if I am just like not, I am too lazy for that. Damn if I'm just not the kind of guy for that. But all this looks like there's barely anything going up there for right now, but that checks out while this kind of sits itself out. What is that fuzzing? Y'all getting that weird audio glitch? It was this. March of the Doggos. Maybe it's my headphones. Alright. It's okay. What I will do, actually, you know what? Just in case it is affecting y'all too, we'll just put a damper on it. So, it is now 8 p.m. here. It was wonderful having y'all. I think this we're gonna call it. I think we're gonna call it here. Hopefully you enjoyed my handsome mug. Hopefully you enjoyed. I can tell right now that it was my headphones that are doing the weird thing. Even all this other kind of stuff is happening. But that's okay. That's okay. As a reminder, I'm going to be taking a break from streaming until New Year's Eve, in which we'll have another stream. But like the stream during the weekend, the stream on that Tuesday, it's not the case. I'll be having VODs released over that period of time for y'all. I still feel hesitancy in doing it, but I think that's a sign of healthy boundaries that I'm trying to set for myself. But I don't know. Let me know what y'all think. I probably shouldn't include that in my decision making. Thinking about it. But it was wonderful having y'all. I hope you all have a great Christmas. Hopefully you had a good relaxing time here as well. You know, just a part of me wanted me to kind of like do something a little extra, have like a costume and interaction, but that kind of defeats the whole point of me saying I want to take a break when it's just like, cool, now I'm going to add a whole bunch to my plate, because that's very much the way I like to do things. So, but actually, let's see if there's anybody online that we could raid. Maybe I think I'm the only one who's crazy enough to stream on Christmas. But there's only one way to find out. Yeah, that's it. All right, cool. But seriously though, thank you all for spending time here. Hopefully you've enjoyed yourself, and I am going to get some food and some water, and I hope you guys do the same. So I will see y'all on New Year's Eve. Hope you have a wonderful day, a wonderful evening, and I'll see y'all next time. All right, take care. Bye bye. See ya.